gets the night off, and since he came back from back spasms, he's basically played third base every single night, so Bobby Crosby gets a start there. And Jason Jaramillo getting a start, and he started 2 games ago. That's the one that surprised me, but I think it's mostly because John Russell wants Ryan Doma to catch the day game tomorrow on getaway day, so Jason Jaramillo gets the game tonight, catching Charlie Morton. Also, when you look at Ryan Church hitting in that 5 spot, Millage batting 6th. He'd been leading off recently, and Lastings Millage today quoted in one of the papers saying that his numbers will come. He's been disappointed with the power numbers and the production numbers. No home runs yet, 14 runs batted in, but his average with runners in scoring position has been remarkable. It's 400.
Yep, that part's been okay, but I think the overriding theme beside the weather tonight is going to be Charlie Morton. It's all about Charlie. They need to get him going. Last time out, just 4 innings, giving up 6 runs on 6 hits. The 3 starts prior to that, better, encouraging, but you got to start seeing some results. I mean, my goodness, he's 1-7 with an ERA over 9.5, but he will get the start against the Braves, his former team, tonight, and hopefully he can get it turned around and take those flashes of good pitching that you see just occasionally and get more consistent. I try to find positives in Charlie's numbers, and quite honestly, the only one I can find is the control. The control has been good. He's had, 8 starts, he's walked 10 batters. And when you see numbers like that, sometimes you think maybe the control is too good, maybe he's too true, and that opposing batters are able to dig in and not be concerned about him missing, because if he misses inside and hits you, it's going to hurt. He throws that hard. But just 10 walks, so who knows? Perhaps he needs to move somebody around in the batter's box. But we'll wait and see and hope that he gets it squared away. Make no doubt about it, the Pirates are very frustrated, as is Charlie. But also make no doubt about it, they are very high on his physical abilities, and hopefully he can get things figured out. I have no particular personal theories. I just know he and Joe Kerrigan are doing a lot of work.
Well, 30 strikeouts to 10 walks. That's a pretty good strikeouts to walk ratio. So there are some positives to what Charlie Morton is throwing out there. The problem is the record in the ERA.
Because eventually
it hasn't worked out for him.
Yeah, those positives eventually have to turn into wins. I mean, it's just that simple. You can't do that to yourself, and you can't do that to your team when you go out there, and it's just a real struggle every night you're out there. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that it dries up here and that Charlie gets squared away. I was a little disconcerted when I started reading the lineups because I was watching Abbott and Costello again. One of my favorite pieces of all time, Who's on First, and those guys doing that without any teleprompters or cue cards, just phenomenal. I'm just fascinated whenever I see them do that. It's unreal. And not only the delivery of the words, the expressions and the animation and all that by Lou Costello.
He's Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. We are in a rain delay at PNC Park, and it'll be the right-hander Derek Lowe, who is very experienced at 36 years of age. He's been in the playoffs, World Series, All-Star game. He's thrown no-hitter. He's got a very, very full resume. Derek Lowe taking on Charlie Morton, who's trying to fill up his resume.
Yeah, and this doesn't help things. I'm sure Charlie's anxious to get out there, and Derek Lowe's been through this 1,000 times. This is his 299th Major League start. Nothing new for him to wait for a few minutes for a rain delay. But for Charlie, who is, I'm sure, quite anxious to not only get it turned around, but get underway in this ball game. This is not much fun. When you're struggling, you want to get out there and right the ship. And well, let's face it too. When you're going well, you want to get out there and keep the run going. So we are in a delay, and it's a pretty significant not a downpour, but a very heavy drizzle, if you will. And the field is covered, but what you're seeing now is this outfield, which has wonderful drainage, but still is receiving a good bit of water. And when we do get going, and we will get going, the outfielders are going to have an interesting time. You're going to see some kind of funny little steps to make sure they keep their balance, and they're going to be picking up a wet baseball to throw. So there's going to be some factors, even though the infield is covered. That outfield is not going to be much fun to play tonight. No. So we'll wait and see how that plays out.
I want to ask you about Bobby Cox. I know on the greats of the game and pregame show for tomorrow, you'll be visiting with the retiring Atlanta Braves manager. So accomplished, certainly Hall of Fame credentials, and I want to talk to you about him in the conversation. You had quite a lengthy chat with him today. But first, let's get you up to date on what's happening around baseball, brought to you by West Penn Allegheny Health System. Tim Everett. The field is almost ready to go. Skies are cleared, and the players are out getting loose and getting warmed up. And we're getting ready for some Pirates baseball against the Atlanta Braves. Game 2 of this 3-game set. Braves took last night's game 7-0. And then game 3 tomorrow afternoon at 1:35. In fact, tomorrow on the air at 12:35 over most of these same stations. Greg Brown with Pirates general manager Neil Huntington and the always entertaining and informational Neil Huntington show. And then the pregame show at 1:10. And then Greg and Steve will have the game for you at 1:35 right here. Steve, it was 90 minutes ago when you gave the
batting third in center field, number 22, Andrew McCutchen. Batting fourth, moving into first base, number 46, Garrett Jones. Getting the start in right field, number 19, Ryan Church. Batting sixth in left field, number 85, Lastings Millage, back in the starting lineup. In the seventh spot, the shortstop for the Bucks, number 13, Ronnie Cedeno. Batting eighth, doing the catching tonight, number 35, switch hitter Jason Jaramillo. And batting ninth, doing the pitching, number 37, right-hander Charlie Morton. Charlie with a record of 1-7, making his ninth start of the year. Iwamura, Crosby, and McCutchen. And it's Jones, Church, and Millage, followed by Cedeno, Jaramillo, and Charlie Morton. Umpires for the contest tonight behind the plate, it is Alfonso Marquez. At first, it is Tim Timmons. At second, Tim Cheetah. And at third, the veteran Bob Davidson. So they're getting ready to go. The playing surface looking quite good considering all the rain it's taken. The infield obviously covered, so that's in very good shape, although they put some of the kitty litter on it, some of the diamond dry, to make sure that it's going to be as smooth a playing surface as possible. It did take a little rain before they got the tarp on, but again, great work by this ground crew. They were hustling around, doing a lot of things. They had the tarp off, they had it on, they had it off, they had it on again, and now we're about ready to play as Charlie Morton and his entourage make their way in from the Pirate bullpen that consists of Jason Jaramillo, Joe Kerrigan, and Charlie coming on in as ground crew finishes up their preparations. The umpires are at home plate. Have they already exchanged the lineups?
They've already done it.
All right, the umpires are ready.
As you were giving them, they were exchanging them.
Yep.
So tip of the cap to the hustling ground crew. What a job they did. They have been busy here all day today, and they have completed their work. And as you said, that field looks very good considering the amount of water that we've taken over the last 90 minutes or so.
But the outfielders will have to be careful because it is going to be soggy out there. You'll see some water on the baseballs, and the footing will be a little slick. So Charlie Morton makes his way into the dugout. He'll just get himself squared away after warming up, and the minute he nods his head, that's when the Pirates head out to take the field. They all take their cue from their starting pitcher. Many times teams will have a certain sequence on how they take the field, but I think the bottom line is to make sure all 9 of them get out there.
That's right.
Regardless
of how they get 9 out.
Yeah.
Well, while we have another moment before the 9 for the Pirates come out of the third base dugout, let's update you on some of the games that are in progress. Top of the 12th inning, Minnesota and Milwaukee, 7 runs apiece. Milwaukee scored 5 in the top of the 9th to take a 7-6 lead. Minnesota tied it in the bottom of the 9th, and now they're playing in the top of the 12th, all even at 7. Tampa Bay a 3-1 leader at Houston, bottom of the 5th inning. Cincinnati shutting out Cleveland, top of the 6th, 5-0. Boston 1, Philadelphia nothing. Bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 5th inning, it's the Cubs and Texas Rangers tied at 3 in Arlington. And top of the 5th, the Dodgers leading the Detroit Tigers 5-2. Mets leading the Yankees 3-0. Top of the 5th. Top of the 2nd, now it's Arizona 4, Toronto nothing. And all the rest of the action final or still to come, which we'll update you on as we go along here tonight.
Tim, once again, there's been so much ninth inning action in the major leagues. You talk about that Milwaukee-Minnesota game. Unbelievable amount of activity in the 8th and 9th inning around Major League Baseball as we heading on into the 3rd of the season under our belt. I don't know if that's an indication of bad relief pitching or just guys that are hitting late. I don't know how to explain that.
I think it depends on what side of the fence you're on. I mean, if you could say it's great hitting, clutch hitting, or you can say it's bad bullpen.
Yep. And I love riding the fence, so I'll say I don't know. We'll stay tuned and we'll try to get the information on that. Right now, Charlie Morton's taking his warm-up pitches, and as we were talking before we turn it over to Rocco, just a needed good start for Charlie and the Pirates. Quite interesting. We focus on Charlie so much, you forget this struggle that he's been in. 1-7. That's affecting the Pirates in the standings. Let's be honest about it. So we'll hope we can get it together. As you said last time out, against a very strong Phillies team, 4 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs. The start before that against Cincinnati, 6 innings, just 3 runs, and then versus the Cubs, 6 innings plus 2 runs. Out in Los Angeles, 6 innings, 3 runs. So there's a string of 3 starts where, well, we're looking at numbers that tell us that perhaps some decent work, but again, as we said, they've got to start translating into wins. So we'll hope for the best for Charlie. We have seen him come out of the gate very strong. I guess it's a matter of sustaining what he has started several times, especially that game where in Arizona, where he struck out 5 of the first 6 or something.
He looked
like that.
Absolutely dominant,
unhittable.
And that's the kind of Charlie Morton we'd like to see here tonight.
Yeah, we'd like to see it for more than 3 1/3.
So Morton is on top of the hill, and finally Martin Prado, the second baseman for the Braves, climbs into the right-hand batter's box. The wind and the first pitch of the ball game is a ground ball towards short. Diving is Cedeno from his knees, throws on to first. Jones has it for the out. Tremendous defensive play to start this game.
How about that? That'll wake everybody up. And you know what's interesting? They've been waiting around for a long time. They haven't been doing much except playing some catch just before he got started. But Cedeno makes a dandy stop. Has to throw from his knees, just a little floater over because he had to release it quickly. It got over to Jones. He takes it on the short hop, and you got to circle around each one of those 6-3 with some mustard on it.
An auspicious beginning for Charlie Morton. Now he faces Jason Hayward, an outstanding rookie, who had 3 hits last night, including a 2-run home run. Also drove in another run with a double. He was just a triple away from a cycle last night. He reached base 4 times. He walked the first time over here. He takes a strike, nothing in 2.
I shouldn't say there's some mustard on that play. There's some glitter, gold glitter attached. 6-3 and nicely done. That just jump starts everybody.
2 pitches high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hayward hitting .291, 9 home runs, 33 runs batted in. He leads all rookies in those categories. Oh, chopper past the mound left side. Bobby Crosby throws on the run. Jones couldn't catch it. And Jason Hayward is safe at first base.
Well, just a little chop, and Bobby had to hurry. It looked like the throw had him beat just by a corner step, but then the ball got out of the glove of Garrett Jones. And the Atlanta Braves have a base runner here with 1 out.
Waiting to see how it's scored. It is indeed a base hit for Jason Hayward, who won't complain about that. So the first hit of the ball game belongs to Jason Hayward, the J. Hay Kid, they call him in Atlanta. Here's Chipper Jones. Chipper Jones was the next great thing when he was the first draft choice overall way back when. 228 his average, 2 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Jones has had a phenomenal career and continues to have one, and he's only played for one manager in the big leagues his entire career. Bobby Cox. 0-1 pitch. Jones takes high snap throw down to first base. Jones has a problem holding on to that one. Ball doesn't get away too far, and Hayward remains at first base.
That spring out of the glove.
It's like the pocket's made out of trampoline material. Ball keeps bouncing out.
I don't know how it's going to be from the stretch, Tim, but we saw before Hayward reached first base that Charlie Morton working very quickly. Very quick, and I'll speculate. Because he and Joe have tried so many things. I mean, they're trying everything with Charlie, and perhaps the approach might be when there's nobody on base. Get the ball, trust your instincts, read the sign, throw the ball. Don't overthink it. Don't overcook it. And that's just a guess on my part, but I know they're just trying just about everything.
1 out, 1 on to the 1-1 pitch to Chipper Jones. Misses off the corner.
With the changeup just drifting out away from the strike zone.
Hard to believe it's been since 1990 that Jones was the first overall draft choice in baseball. And certainly well deserved. He has had his moments. One of the top switch hitters in the history of the game. Here comes the 2-1. And Jones rolls this through the right side into right field. A base hit. Hayward rounding second. He'll stop there as Ryan Church comes up ready to throw. Then tosses it lightly back onto the infield to Ronnie Cedeno. Back-to-back hits now for the Braves in the top of the first inning. Jones at first, Hayward at second base, and the cleanup hitter, catcher Brian McCann, walking to the plate. Jason Jaramillo meets Charlie Morton back at the pitcher's mound. And when you get a play like Ronnie Cedeno made on the first pitch of the ball game to retire Martin Prado, it's got to give you a little bit of confidence. And then it goes the other way now, and Hayward gets a base hit, and then Jones gets a true single through the right side.
Yep. You got to stop yourself from thinking, here we go again. You just got to hunker down, see what you can do here in the top of the first inning.
1 out, forced play on the infield. Morton stretch, and the pitch to the left-handed hitting McCann is high and away. A ball and no strikes to Brian McCann.
I always like to think that the catcher is a double play candidate. Well, actually, you know, everybody is. If they hit the ball hard enough to somebody, you've got a chance to turn 2.
McCann comes into the ball game tonight hitting .261, 5 home runs and 15 runs knocked in.
Hit it over the fence last night.
He did in his 7th inning, had a solo home run off Jeff Karstens. It was the only hit that Karstens gave up in an otherwise good relief performance over 3 1/3 innings, backing up Ross Ollendorf.
They really gave John Russell a good bit of work there to save some arms in the bullpen.
1-0 pitch to McCann, fastball inside.
You know, you're talking about Chipper Jones and Bobby Cox being together, that tandem. That's number 2 all time. The first one, you had it on the trivia question on the TV side last night. Honus Wagner and Fred Clark spent the most time as a player-manager tandem. Number 2 all time, Chipper Jones and Bobby Cox.
Morton ready in the 2-0. This one is pulled to first base, in and out of the glove of Jones. He will go and step on the bag after collecting it with a bare hand. And
Garrett, the ball keeps going toward Garrett, and that's the old philosophy. The ball will find you if you're struggling. The ball will chase you down. It will find you time after time after time. And Garrett might be thinking now, hey, get that ball away from me.
Well, Garrett basically tackled the baseball. He wasn't letting it by him, but it wasn't smooth. He did manage to get the out. 2 men are out, and Hayward down to third base. Chipper Jones is at second for Eric Hinsky.
That ball was blistered, and really a decent job to make sure he knocked it down, but then wanted to get away and run away again. So Charlie got a chance to get out of this. Runners at second and third, 2 outs, and this would be a shot in the arm for him.
Hinsky played left field last night, playing first base tonight. Takes the ball off the outside edge of the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. And the old saying is, it's not how you start, but how you finish. And in Hinsky's case, it's not where you start, but where you finish. The last 3 years, he's ended up in the World Series. Last year, starting with the Pirates, finishing with the Yankees. The year before that, he finished with Tampa Bay. They lost to the Phillies. And the year before that, he finished with Boston. And they won over Colorado.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to see much to hit. You got Escobar in the on-deck circle hitting .194. And you got Hinske, a left-hand batter, hitting 354. I'm not surprised that we're looking at a 2-0 count.
Romeo sets up way outside, and that's where the pitch goes. So
they're going to finish this off, or they're just going to play this game.
Looks like the intentional walk to Eric Hinske. 3-0. Now Escobar, the shortstop, on deck. First base open with 2 outs.
It just screams to pitch to Escobar instead of Hinske.
And Romeo way outside again. Ball 4. So the intentional walk to Hinske. He goes down to first.
Yeah, fans are booing, but that's the thing to do.
Now we'll get to Yunel Escobar.
You know, I'm not into numbers all that much, Tim, but you've got first base open. You've got a left-hand batter against Charlie, a right-hand pitcher hitting 354 with the base open. The guy coming up next is a right-hand batter against a right-hand pitcher hitting 194. We're not surprised Eric's at first base.
He's on the interstate, I-94. So Escobar trying to make the intentional, or I should say the free pass, we'll just call it that, trying to make that pay off for the Braves, but Morton trying to get out of the inning. 2 outs, bases full of Braves, and Escobar takes strike 1.
Nice call by Jaramillo, and Charlie's out in front with an off-speed pitch, knowing he's got that 92, 93 mile-an-hour fastball in his back pocket when he wants to use it.
Escobar, the Cuban defector from Havana, looking out, right-handed hitter. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, ground ball to short. Sabeño's got it. Flip on to Rocky Romero. The 4 out. Strategy pays off. And the Braves strand 3 after a half inning. No score at PNC Park.
is 36-year-old veteran right-hander Derek Lowe getting ready to throw his first pitch of his 299th Major League start.
And he delivers it to Aki Iwamura outside for ball 1.
Well, 5-4 this year, 5.47 ERA, 10th start, 146 Major League wins. 7 have come at the cost of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
1-0 pitch, and Iwamura taps it out for both way. He's got a hot 17 struggles at the plate are documented, and they continue. Now with 1 out, Bobby Crosby is the hitter.
And the Pirates will have their hands full, Tim, with Derek Lowe. He like last night's pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, Tim Hudson, will keep the ball downstairs. He is known for his ability to induce a lot of ground ball outs.
There's the sinker ball. There's the slider.
Ranked very high career-wise among the leaders in throwing ground balls.
0-1 the count to Bobby Crosby. The pitch, and Crosby takes in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Derek Lowe has done something that is starting to be commonplace in baseball, unfortunately for one franchise. He no-hit the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah,
they get no-hit a lot. And a perfect game thrown at him this year by the Oakland Athletics' Dallas Braden. And Lowe's no-hitter was back on the 27th of April in 2002 while with the Boston Red Sox against Tampa Bay while they were still Devil Rays. 1-2 pitch, and Crosby swings over the top and strikes out. 2 down.
Derek Lowe 7-0 against the Pittsburgh Pirates in 7 starts. And around 13 years in the major leagues. And first started his pro career with Seattle, then a lot of time in Boston, a little bit of time in LA, and now an Atlanta Brave. And he has had a very, very impressive resume, both as a starter and a couple of years as a very effective closer, a la John Smoltz.
Andrew McCutchen takes a strike called at the knees. Yeah, 2000. He led the American League with 42 saves. Was an all-star that year. One of the 2 times he's been in the all-star game. McCutchen takes inside 1-1.
Yeah, and then the next year 24 saves. And then the next year, for whatever reason, he starts starting and goes 21-8. 42 saves, 24 saves, and then 21 wins. How about that? What's that all about?
1-1. McCutchen swings and misses right over the top. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McCutchen hitting .321. His batting average still in the top 10 in the National League. Just ahead of Martin Prado of the Braves and behind Alfonso Soriano of the Cubs. Soriano with a home run for Chicago in the game against Texas today. Swing and a miss, strike 3. McCutchen chased a really bad pitch. He goes down on strikes, and the Pirates are done in order. Through 1 at PNC Park. It's the Pirates nothing, Braves nothing. Steve Glass, Tim Never, top of the second, no score. Braves and the Pirates.
You got there in 2 different ways. A mighty struggle for Charlie Morton, who got a big out with the bases loaded, and Derek Lowe just went through the first 3 Pirate batters like it was just a mist. But he didn't miss.
He didn't miss much.
2 strikeouts and a chop out in front of home plate. But hey, there's 2 zeros up there. Sometimes it doesn't have to be pretty. Charlie put a 0 up, and that's a good thing.
Melky Cabrera, the left fielder, will lead off against Morton, and he takes high ball 1.
Well, I see Charlie getting the ball, getting the sign, and he's ready to go again. So it might be part of an approach.
1-0 pitch, and Cabrera waves and misses. Pirate fans don't like to see anybody wearing a Braves uniform with the last name of Cabrera.
No.
That's a
Francisco Cabrera.
Bad name around here.
A name that will live in infamy.
The 1-1 to Melky. And he rams this one to right field and deep. And this ball's off the top of the Clemente wall and out of here for a solo home run. That's his first home run of the season. It is the 9th home run Charlie Morton has given up. He leads the staff in that category. And the Braves lead it 1-0.
Well, it was Eric Hinsky getting the start in left field last night, but Cabrera's name is penciled in, and he just goes down and gets under the ball as those left-hand batters can do, and lifts it just high enough. He hit the ball very, very hard. Didn't know if it had enough height, but it did. What, maybe just barely cleared the railing or hit the railing?
Either hit the railing or a fan against the railing. Hit somebody or something, but either way, it's a home run.
Yeah, there's a railing across the top of that kind of chain link fence just above the American League scoreboard.
Here is Nate McLouth, who about 2 hours ago was our pregame show guest. A 92-minute rain delay to start this one tonight. 64 degrees at game time. Here's the pitch to Nate McLouth. It's inside and low, ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, it hit a fan. We look at the replay, and a fan with a poncho and a baseball glove got in the way, and he didn't catch it with either.
Yeah, the glove didn't get in the way.
No. 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2, 2-1. That was not Jeffrey Meyer out there. In case you don't know who that is, he was the young fan. Yankees in Baltimore playing, and reached over and caught the ball in play, and it was ruled a home run.
Wasn't Steve Bartman either.
No.
From Wrigley Field. That ball was fouled. As was the reaction of the city of Chicago.
3-1 to McLouth. He fouls it off his foot, drops the bat, limps toward the first baseline, now circles back. That'll be strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Nate feeling the effects of that. The ball that he took off the top of his right foot.
Yeah, he's got a chest protector, one of those little shin guards on the shin, but it didn't cover the top of the foot, and now he's hurting in 2 places. You wear that little shin protector because you got hit, and now he gets hit again just about 6 inches below that shin on the top of the foot.
3-2 to McLouth. Swung on, popped up foul left side. It is drifting toward the seats and makes it into the first row. Bounces off an Atlanta Braves fan and back in the field of play. And the Braves fans just can't catch.
Well, you wear an Atlanta Brave hat to a game in Pittsburgh, you got a chance to get booed.
That's
usually good natured and that sort of thing.
3-2. McLouth hammers one down the right field line that's going foul. Just pulled it. It was off the Clemente wall over near where the Bucco Blasts sign is. Low line drive. Count stays full, 3-2. Nobody out, nobody on for Atlanta. And McLouth rolls this one foul into the first base dugout. 1-0 Atlanta. Melky Cabrera, a solo home run, just barely clearing the Clemente wall.
So you get the home run and a very extended at bat for Nate McLouth. You want to give him, so you take the bunt away from Derek Lowe. Got to keep throwing strikes until that happens.
Morton gets his sign from Jason Jaramillo. The 3-2. Fastball outside, he walked it. Second walk issued by Charlie Morton. And with nobody out, there's a man aboard for the pitcher, Derek Lowe, who has now an opportunity to move McLouth into scoring position.
He's done that sort of thing 4 times. And yeah, you give him the opportunity to accomplish something. He's 1 in 14 when he's not bunting.
That's good for an .071 batting average. Low squares. Throw goes over to first base. McLeod is a guy you've got to watch. He can steal. Has always had a high steals percentage. In fact, in high school, he has the Michigan State high school record. 180 stolen bases and 181 tries.
Yeah, you don't have to put a great bunt down. Just get it on the ground. He's going to be safe at second base.
In the throw and diving back safely is McLeod.
Both of these principals now with the Atlanta Braves from the state of Michigan. Derek Lowe's from Dearborn. So one Michigander trying to push another Michigander around via second base.
Pitch on the way, and Lowe gets the bunt down to the right of the pitcher's mound. Morton fields and throws to Aki Uemura covering. Sacrifice. 1-4 goes the putout, and safely down to second base is McLeod.
Decent enough bunt. Doesn't have to be great.
And before Martin Prado steps up, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Pirates Baseball Network. On the first pitch of the ball game, Martin Prado hit a ground ball toward the middle. Ronnie Cedeno made a great diving stop and from his knees threw him out. That's how this one began in the top of the first. We're in the top of the second. 1-0 Atlanta. The pitch on the outside corner. Breaking ball for a strike.
So called by Alfonso Marquez, home plate umpire. Around the bases, it's Tim Timmons, Tim Cheetah, and Bob Davidson. The men in blue. Or in this case, perhaps charcoal gray.
The matching wardrobe tonight. 0-1. And Prado went around. That's strike two. He gave it a look and put the head of the bat over the front plane of home plate. That was good enough for Marquez, the home plate umpire, who recognized it and called strike two. 0-2 to Martin Prado, right-handed hitter.
Not a bad spot to record your first strikeout.
0-2. Here's the pitch. Slider outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You look at Prado leading the National League in hits with 56. Ryan Braun behind him going into action tonight with 54. Ryan Theriot of Chicago also with 54. Those totals for Braun and Theriot before they played their games today and tonight. Swing and a foul ball back to the screen. 1-2. Prado's second in the National League behind Philadelphia's Ryan Howard in multi-hit games with 18. Howard was tied with him last night, had a couple of more hits in the game against Boston, and now has 19 multi-hit games. 1-2. Prado, second baseman for Atlanta, looking out. Charlie Morton deals. That pitch just missed off the plate, a little low. 2-2.
Couple breaking balls after he was out in front. 0-2. Back to even.
Nate McLeod, a walk after Cabrera led off with a home run to right. Here's the 2-2. Missed again, came close, and Charlie, the last 2 pitches, going for the strikeout, and couldn't get his put-away pitch to put away Martin Prado.
Actually, all 3 sliders after being out in front 0-2. Tried it with 3 breaking balls, all of them just a little bit wide, and the count goes full.
3-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away. And Charlie will go with a fastball more often than not on a 3-2 pitch. Try to let it run in on a right-handed hitter.
That one they set up for the fastball on the outside corner, and he delivered a good one, really 94 miles an hour out away. But Prado has been that good at making contact where he really did a good job of fouling off a pitcher's pitch. Well, that prompts a conference because you miss with 3 straight sliders. You throw your really good heat on the outside corner. You didn't get the out. Now what do we do? So that might warrant a conference. That might warrant a conversation out there.
Well, Jaramillo had finished the conference, then thought of something else, turned around and went back. Mentioned whatever that was to Charlie Morton.
Oh, I forgot. Let's talk about this.
Oh, by the way, fastball. I forgot to mention. So he's back now behind the plate. Martin Prado with Nate McLeod at second base, 1 out. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. And now Charlie Morton has walked 2 in the inning, 3 in the game. Although in defense of the third one, the first one actually in the first inning was Eric Hinsky. They were pitching around him to load the bases. And now this young man is developing a lot of respect around baseball. He was named by Baseball America to be the #1 prospect in all of baseball, and certainly proving them right. Jason Hayward, left-handed hitter, strong right fielder. He's got 2 on and 1 out. And Morton pitching to Hayward. First ball is inside, ball 1.
It was interesting on that 3-2 delivery that missed that created the free pass for Prado. They didn't go to the four-seam fastball or the slider. It was 85 miles an hour, somewhere in between, but it didn't look like a changeup. So maybe he turned it over, tried a two-seamer to give him a different look, but lost it.
1-0 pitch. Hayward, a ground ball towards short. Backhanded and dropped by Cedeno. He'll go to second. Throw is off the bag. Ian saved it from going into right field. Everybody is safe. So it was a ball that jumped out of the glove of Cedeno, and when he hurried his throw, he pulled Iwamura off the bag.
And that will be charged as an error, and it's a sloppy defensive program now after a brilliant play to start the ball game. The Pirates having trouble getting it done defensively. A couple of balls popping out of the glove of Garrett Jones, and now this ball thrown by Cedeno is an in-between hop, an awkward play, but it's a play you have to make to get the force to get your second out. And now you're really in the soup with the veteran Chipper Jones, who is only hitting around 230, but talking to Bobby Cox, he said, you watch Chipper Jones, he will not stay at 230. You got to believe that after what we've seen for so many years. So they missed the opportunity to get that second out, and now it is really in the soup.
Jones in the top 40 all time, 39th with 428 career home runs. Bases loaded, 1 out, pitches loaded on ball 1. Is the only switch hitter in Major League history to own a 300 career average and at least have 300 home runs. Only guy to do that.
Well, he has hit into 3 double plays, just begging for a ground ball now. He hit a ground ball in between first and second, first time up.
1-0. That one is inside and low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Every hitter's dream. 2-0 count with the bases loaded and the pitcher back on his heels that you're facing.
Been battling some injuries. Came back to the lineup early in the season on the 12th of April after missing the San Francisco series before it. Played against San Diego. He had a right oblique issue. Pitches high, 3-0, and Charlie Morton really in trouble now. Charlie's struggling to find the plate. He's walked 2 this inning. Wasn't helped out at all by the error on Cedeno, and now goes 3-0 with the bases loaded to Chipper Jones. 3-0 pitch. Swung on. There's a ground ball to the right side. Iwamura will have 1 play. That's to first. He makes it. McLeod scores. It is 2-0 Atlanta.
So they gave Chipper the green light, 3-0, guessing that he might get some fat fastball and just get them 4 quick runs. But he chops it to second. The Pirates get the second out at the cost of a run.
Prado is at third. Hayward at second base. Jones gets the RBI, his 13th. And McLeod scores. So the walk after the home run, and the man he walked scored. That was a problem with Paul Mulholland in his last outing against Milwaukee on Thursday, where he had key walks that came around to score. He walked Casey McGee in the second inning, and then he walked Corey Hart in the fourth. Both of them came around. It was certainly a difficult one for him to swallow in a close ball game. And McCann swings, pops this one a foul left side. Bobby Crosby chasing it along the warning path beyond the rain tarp, but it goes into the front row. 1-1 to McCann.
Well, we're in the second inning, Tim, and we're in crisis mode. Charlie really needs to get this out. You don't want a base hit here to put the Braves up 4-0 this early, especially when you got Derek Lowe out there. Very accomplished veteran, major league winner. You need to get this out. So for the second inning in a row, Charlie needs a big out.
Stretched by Morton on the 1-1. McCann takes a strike, 1-2. Prado at third. He walked. Jason Hayward at second, reaching on a fielder's choice. The error was charged that allowed Martin Prado to be safe at second base. On the errant throw by Cedeno. Pitch on the way. Pulled up the right side into the camera well, hitting the concrete and bouncing back out. Resting outside the first base coach's box. It's a hard hat area down in the camera well sometimes. 2 outs and 2 on for the Braves. Runners at second and third. 2 runs are in this inning. Charlie Morton set. Now the 1-2 to McCann. Did he go? It was a high pitch. They appeal, and the third base umpire Bob Davidson said that he did not go around. Now it goes to even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. McCann wearing the glasses this year, the sport glasses. It was when Atlanta was here early in the year last year where he really had some eye problems, and it turned out he had some issues with LASIK surgery. McCann pops it up shallow center. Andrew McCutcheon moving underneath it makes the catch to end the inning. 2 runs on 1 hit. 2 left. 1 error after an inning and a half. It's the Braves 2, Pirates nothing.
Well, we go to the bottom of the second inning. Derek Lowe heads back to the mound with a 2-0 lead. One of those runs unearned as a result of the error, the home run hit by Melky Cabrera, the other run. So Derek Lowe has a quick lead, and he did quick work of the Pirates in the bottom of the first.
Cleanup hitter brought to you by Train Heating and Cooling. To locate a local independent Train dealer, visit traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train. And on Garrett Jones' action figure night, he takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Big left-handed hitting first baseman. Gets inside. Average climbing. He continues to move it up notch by notch up to 273. 5 homers. Continues to drive in runs. 29. 2-0 delivery. Pops it up foul on the left side. It'll go on a play.
Only Brandon Webb throws more ground ball outs than Derek Lowe. His ratio since 2002, 3 ground balls to every fly ball. 7-1 ratio. That's pretty impressive. So if you're an Atlanta Brave infielder, be alert.
That was the case last night through the first 5 innings or so. And then the Pirates started hitting some fly balls. 2-1. Jones pounds this one off the plate. It goes foul right side, rolling up the warning path. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Jones. Jones hitting .353 with 7 doubles, 1 home run, and 15 runs batted in 18 games this month. 2-2 delivery. And Jones rolls this one up the right side. That'll stop at first base, right in the glove of Hinsky. He'll step on the bag. Another very quiet out for the Pirates.
Well, there were a lot of them last night, and you give Tim Hudson, who is a proven major league winner, a lot of credit. It was one of those cases, you got to be honest, the Pirates were never in that ball game last night. 7-0. They pitched and we didn't, and they hit and we didn't. So you have those. Every team has them. The Pirates had one last night.
Hudson, 8 innings of 3-hit baseball. Without allowing a run, he struck out just 2. Ryan Church looking to get back in the swing of things literally. He's watched his average dip down even at 200. 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. The 0-1 from Derek Lowe. Outside. 1-1. You mentioned it earlier, Steve. A Dearborn, Michigan native is Derek Lowe. Lives now in Fort Myers, Florida.
That's probably because he trained with the Boston Red Sox down there for years. I suppose he found that area to his liking.
With Boston for 8 seasons. With the Dodgers for 4. Originally came up with the Seattle Mariners. He has signed with the Braves through 2012. 2-1. That is low and in.
Just a little wee bit of time with Seattle who we first started out with, and that was in 1997, and we actually left Seattle in that season and went to Boston. Those closer years, and the last 8 years he has been terrific.
Line shot right past the ear of Lowe and into center field, a base hit.
Wow, you better get Lowe.
And that breaks a 1-for-25 skid over his last 7 games. He missed 5 games with a sore right wrist, hit on the 7th of May against St. Louis. And that was just an absolute bullet into center field by Ryan Church. That's the type of hit the Pirates have been waiting a couple of nights for. And now, Lasting's Millage, they're still waiting for his first home run, stands in. 246 average. He's managed to drive in 14. Pirate left fielder, right-handed hitter, waving the bat back and forth. Low stretch in the pitch. In there for a called strike. Well, Jimmy Rollins back on the disabled list for the Phillies.
Yeah, he hurt himself last night.
Same injury.
Yep.
Right calf strain.
And you know, we've talked so many times, if you don't let those kind of things heal completely, now you can do it, and now you're really stretching out your time of recovery. You're doubling down on the DL, and plus now they're going to really be sure, so they'll give him some extra time. When he tells them he's ready, they'll probably give him a little extra time.
No reason to rush him, but
yeah, I'm ready. We'll let you know when you're in.
Came back for the Pirates series, and then was back in the deal again. 0-2, and Millage swings, and he lines one of the center field, a base hit. Back-to-back singles to center by the Pirates. Over to second base, Ryan Church, and Millage aboard with a pretty solid single to center field. Well, that game in Minnesota, it was a wild one tonight's game between the Twins and the Milwaukee Brewers is over. It took them 12 innings to play it, and Minnesota won it 8-7. So the Brewers have gone there and lost 2 in a row. Does not hurt the Pirates' feelings one bit.
And now, because there's finally a Pirate at second base, McCann and Lowe going to make sure they have the same signals.
And now McCann set, crouches behind home plate. Right-handed hitting shortstop Ronnie Cedeno stands in for the first time tonight. A .233 hitter. Pitch inside. 2-0 Atlanta with the lead. A solo home run by Melky Cabrera to lead off the top of the second inning. McLeod scoring on a Chipper Jones ground ball out from third after he walked. 1-0. That pitch is just outside. 2 balls. No strikes to Ronnie Cedeno.
And Tim, how do they know? Well, for the first 7 years of his career, Derek Lowe was a starting pitcher in the minor league system of Seattle. He finally gets to the big leagues, and they trade him to Boston, and the Red Sox immediately put him in the bullpen.
2-low pitch fouled off the leg of Ronnie Cedeno.
I guess, you look at Scout. Maybe Scout said, "Oh, this guy could be really good in the bullpen." You know, you look at him, he's starting, and say, maybe that's not his niche. Goes over to Boston in the middle of the season, and you know, he's okay his first year, but saves 4 games. Next year he saves 42. So that's Scout. Somebody who's very perceptive about his capabilities.
2-1 to Cedeno. Ground ball towards short. Escobar gloves, throws to second for 1. That's all they're going to get. A roll slide by Millage, forcing the second baseman Prado to hold on to the baseball. Down to third base is Ryan Church, and in at first in the fielder's choice is Ronnie Cedeno. 6-4 goes the put out in the middle. 2 men are out for Jason Jaramillo. Right now, a good time for Jason. He's come through with a few clutch hits here and there in his limited duty. Batting .258. Switch hitter, batting left-handed. That's Derek Lowe. Chipper Jones off the line at third and near the grass. And Hinsky holding the runner Cedeno at first. Derek Lowe's first pitch to Jaramillo is low ball 1.
Now this is an interesting scenario because Charlie's just not really done anything with the bat. You got a base open. Derek Lowe has okay control. Runners at first and third. You wonder what Jaramillo is going to see to hit.
Swing and a miss for a strike at the next offering. 1-1. Jaramillo had a hit in his last start Thursday against the Brewers. He ended up going 1 for 3, then was pinch hit for by Ryan Doumit in the 9th, and Doumit got plunked by a pitch. Here comes the 1-1. Jaramillo looks at it just off the outside edge of the plate. 2 balls and a strike.
Lowe came into the game with a 5.47 ERA. Not great. He's had 8 starts. A lot of that damage to the ERA came in 3 games. He had 3 games where he gave up a bunch of runs.
2-1. Jaramillo watches it again. Same spot. 3 balls and a strike.
This could be one of those teaser at bats. If you want to chase something of my selection, of my desire, yeah, you go ahead and knock yourself out. But I'm not going to probably give you too much to swing at with Charlie in the on-deck circle.
Pitch on the way. That's outside ball 4, and the bases are full with the pitcher Charlie Morton coming up next. Derek Lowe wasn't too concerned with Jason Jaramillo, so he'll put him aboard.
So we've had 2 unintentional, intentional walks. Well, Charlie, hunker down, look for a fastball at first pitch, look for it downstairs, try to put it in play. Don't get too deep in the count because that really reduces your percentages. There's the advice from a bad hitting pitcher. Okay, all right, Charlie, I like your approach. Took a whack at it. Didn't come close, but took a whack at it.
You said you're a bad hitting pitcher. How bad were you?
Well, I wasn't all that bad.
That's the follow-up question.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Not all that bad, but
bases loaded. Outfield very shallow for Charlie Morton, who takes a 3/4 swing, and he's behind 0-2. Charlie struggling at the plate.
You're kind.
He's
Mr. Lowe has him
trying to make some contact.
He has him in a position where he might be able to wind up, not throw the ball, and still get the out.
And Morton strikes out with the bases full with 2 down. And the Pirates will leave them loaded after 2. Head to the 3rd inning. It's the Braves 2, Pirates nothing. Charlie Morton will face Eric Hinsky, Yunel Escobar, and Melky Cabrera in the top of the third. 2-0 is the score. Atlanta in front. All-you-can-eat seats are back by popular demand. Just $35. 5 more on the day of the game. You get an outfield reserve ticket. All-you-can-eat hot dogs, hamburgers, nachos, popcorn, peanuts, ice cream, and soda. It is a great deal. And you can go back for more food and drinks as many times as you like. Visit pirates.com/all-you-can-eat for the details. Hinsky walked in the first. Morton winds and delivers outside ball 1. Eric began the year with the Pirates last season. Was hoping to play both corner infield positions and both corner outfield positions. Takes ball 2 outside in low. And he got a number of at-bats, but he wanted more, so Pirates sent him on his way to the Yankees. 2-0. Strike on the outside corner. Hinsky hitting .354. 2 home runs and 18 runs knocked in. Last night had a double. Went 1 for 3. Scored a run. Swings and hammers one. Deep to right center. Way back, and it is gone. Home run number 3 for Eric Hinsky. It is now 3-0 Atlanta.
And nothing cheap about that one.
He crushed it.
Pretty much over the 375 sign to the right center field side of the National League scoreboard, and everybody in this yard knew that one was gone.
Second inning in a row, he has given up a leadoff home run.
And another great hitters count, 2-1, and Hinsky's been around a long time looking for the fastball, got it and crushed it.
Yunel Escobar now swinging and chops this one foul off the front of the Pirate dugout on the third base side. Escobar reached on a fielder's choice, but the third out was recorded on the play as Hinsky was forced at second base with 2 down. 0-1 the pitch. And a ground ball toward third. Short hop by Crosby. Drops it, picks it up, throws to first, and he's got Escobar 1 away.
A very elusive baseball being chased around by the Pirates.
It seems like it doesn't want to be caught tonight, regardless of which baseball home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez puts into the game.
Yeah, the horsehide is allergic to the cowhide.
It's more like kangaroo hide the way it's hopping around out there. So Hinsky the leadoff home run. Escobar grounds out. Here's Melky Cabrera, 1 for 1. He went yard. The pitch. A little bit low. Tomorrow, Pirates hosting the Braves at 1:35. All kids 14 and under receiving pierogi wind-up racers courtesy of Mrs. T's Pierogies. Ball 2 delivered to Cabrera. Kids can come out with their families for the fun zone on Federal Street prior to the game and run the bases post-game thanks to HK Pretzels. Ground ball up the middle, a base hit on a 2-0 pitch.
Another hitter's count.
Okay, Cabrera is now 2 for 2. That'll bring up Nate McLeod before he comes up. Let's quickly pause 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves. This is the Pirates Baseball Network. (3-0) Atlanta. 3 runs on 5 hits. 2 of those 5 hits solo home runs. Cabrera and Hinsky. Here is Nate McLeod. Walked his first time up and scored, and he drives one to right. That is going to be caught up to right in front of the warning track by Ryan Church. 2 down. McLeod 0 for the series. He went 0 for 3 last night with a sacrifice, and now is 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. Nate, a big hockey fan out of the state of Michigan. Beg your pardon. Well, if you were out of Minnesota, you'd be one too. He's from Michigan. And a big Red Wings fan. Wish that Derek Lowe was inside. 2 down, and Melky Cabrera, the runner at first base. And so Nate telling me before the game that now that he's a Brave, he will admit openly that he was rooting for the Red Wings against the Penguins the last couple of years. Even though he was starting center fielder in Pittsburgh, where you're from means something. Behind closed doors, he was jumping up and down about the wing and the wheel also 2 years ago. Here comes the 1-1 to Lowe. Swung on, a chopper towards second base. Iwamura grabs it. He'll step on the bag and retire Cabrera on the force out. 1 run in on the home run by Eric Hinsky through 2.5. It's the Braves 3, Pirates nothing. The easiest way to make sure you get your tickets to all your favorite matchups and promotional games is with a Pirates 10-game ticket plan. You buy 8 games and receive tickets to 2 additional games on us. Create your own plan made up of interleague opponents, fireworks nights, live music, or other can't-miss dates. To design your custom 10-game plan, call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS or visit Pirates.com. Bottom of the third, 3-0 Atlanta. Aki Iwamura leads off against Derek Lowe. First pitch taken for a strike. With Steve Blass, I'm Tim Maverick. Greg Brown joins us after the 5th. He has been patiently waiting tonight.
You're not leaving until we get some runs, till you get us some runs.
Well, maybe somebody will help me on one swing.
Okay.
A 92-minute rain delay to start the game tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike to Aki Iwamura. And the pitch. Outside, no, that's outside corner. A late strike call by Alfonso Marquez. 1-2. Pitch looked pretty good from up here, and didn't make the call for it just a little bit.
Well, when you're going the way Aki is, those calls go against you.
1-2, and Iwamura rolls it to the right side slowly. Prado gloves, throws, and Aki is out. He's 0 for 2. Now Bobby Crosby, a strikeout victim. 0 for 1 tonight. Pirates with 2 hits. Ryan Church and Lastings Millage back-to-back in the second inning. And Crosby would like to get something going now with 1 out. Derek Lowe working the first base side of the rubber. Turns and fires. And it's a slider outside. Ball 1.
There are times where people will project why guys on one side of the rubber or the other as Lowe gets ready to throw this ball that's lined past Tony Beasley. I used to like the lineup on the first base side, but I liked it because I like the angle of the slider to the left-hand batter. That backdoor slider, maybe pick up the outside corner. But I think it's primarily, I thought it was just as much comfort. It just felt okay over there for me. We can get real scientific about it. But guys some guys will be emphatic. I do my best work on the third base side or first base side.
2-1 to Bobby Crosby. And the pitch. That's inside. Now, did you find that by working one side of the rubber or the other, it can affect the path of your ball when you release it to the plate? I mean, in other words, if you feel like you're throwing the ball a little bit too much outside a right-handed hitter, would you move over a little bit?
No, I really wouldn't. I just try to concentrate more and do it, mentally without messing up the mechanics or the whole procedure. And it was a little different because a lot of guys that throw sliders, and I threw a lot of sliders, would throw from the third base side because that slider is going to move away from the right-hand batters. But I don't know. It worked.
3-2. Crosby chops this one foul.
And I think that back in that era, whatever worked, you didn't analyze it too much. You just kept doing it. And not to say that's better, because a lot of the analysis and the stuff that goes into the preparation now is much improved, much better. If you're going by gut instinct, if you're just pitching by the back of your heel straps and something goes wrong, you really don't have the specific set of fundamentals to go back to. It's all done by that instinct and feel. But darn, if that stuff is working, you're going to run with it for a while.
Well, Crosby's just fouled 2 pitches in a row off his front foot.
Now, there are a lot of pitchers that really do a tremendous amount of preparation in terms of watching video to their opponents and that sort of thing. And that's the way the world is now. I mean, and probably a lot of us older players and pitchers could have benefited by that.
Payoff pitch to Crosby. Swung on, pulled foul beyond the Pirates' dugout on the third base side.
The bottom line, pretty much the era you pitch in, you use what's available at that particular time. There's more available now. We probably would have used a lot of this stuff. Maybe.
3-2. And Crosby, fooled by a change, swings and misses and strikes out 2 away. Well, you can follow the Pirates on your iPhone, iPod Touch, BlackBerry, and Android phone with MLB.com at Bat 2010. Featuring play-by-play video highlights and live audio broadcasts. Visit Pirates.com today on your iPhone, iPod Touch, Android, or BlackBerry for more details. Steve has all of the above.
Our old BlackBerry. Nice stream, nice river back in the upper northwest corner of Connecticut. Blackberry River.
100 years from now, there's going to be an iPhone river somewhere. iPhone Elementary School, something like that. 1-0 pitch, and McCutchen with a swing and a miss. Andrews struck out in the first inning, 0 for 1 tonight. McCutchen, last 25 games hitting .365. Had a good month of May. And here comes the 1-1 from Derek Lowe. McCutchen, little chopper, slow roller toward Chipper Jones. He bare hands throws, and he will not get McCutchen. The ball got away briefly from Eric Hinsky, backing up the catcher Brian McCann, and a base hit for Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, Chipper did everything he could, but they were not going to get Andrew. The ball was simply hit too slowly, and Andrew had too much speed, so got a little sloppy at the end, but it was going to be a base hit for Andrew anyway. I'll tell you one thing, Tim. I spent the weekend with a gentleman who had an iPhone, and it was dazzling what he showed me. I really did sit down and watch what he could do with it. It's pretty darn impressive.
Well, you can get the MLB.com package and you watch on your iPhone.
Yep.
Or your iPod Touch like I've got here in the booth. Keep the time on it.
I got to watch for that.
Yeah. Well, this thing takes a look in and keeps on ticking.
Okay.
Garrett Jones up there for the second time. He grounded out to Hinsky at first, his first time up. And isn't it a rule, or shouldn't it be a rule, that if it's your bobblehead night or your action figure night, you got to have a big night?
I would like that to happen right now. Get it going right now.
3-0 Braves, bottom half of the third inning.
Yeah, they'll keep an eye on Andrews. That throw goes over from Derek Lowe, because when you're not scoring, you have a chance to push with any speed you can get on the base pass. Andrews there now without much happening. Perhaps think about getting him into scoring position.
Pitch to Jones, just outside. 1-1. McCutcheon with 12 stolen bases in 16 tries. He continues to fall behind Michael Bourne of Houston. Bourne now has that lead by 3 over him. 15 steals for Bourne. And Jones hits this one to the right side, right at Martin Prado. He straightens up, throws to Hemsky, and Jones is gone. No runs, a hit, a man left through 3. It's the Braves 3, Pirates nothing. Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $64 million. That's $64 million, so don't forget to play. Pennsylvania lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. 3-0 Braves, top of the 4th. And Charlie Morton deals high and into second baseman Martin Prado as the Braves back from the top of the order here in the top half of the 4th. Along with Steve Blass, Tim Neverett, Greg Brown joins us after the 5th. Pitch on the way. Prado, slow roller toward third. Crosby, bare hands, throws on the run, makes the play. Nice play by Bobby Crosby to retire Martin Prado. That's twice tonight. The left side of the infield has done great work to retire Prado.
That was an outstanding play. The follow through from what it was after Bobby let go of the ball barehanded, took him sliding on his belly across the infield grass. That was a top-notch play. That one gets a circle.
Jason Hayward looks at a ball. Ball and no strikes. Hayward tonight, a base hit and reached on a fielder's choice. 1 for 2. 1-0 pitch from Morton is low again. 2-0. And Charlie getting behind on a lot of hitters. Obviously, first pitch strike is very, very important. Best pitch in the book, you could argue, is strike one. 2-0. That's inside. 3-0. And Charlie just struggling getting that first pitch strike. To Hayward. 20-year-old rookie takes a strike right down the middle. He's from Atlanta. How about that? Having that guy in your backyard.
Nothing better than a homegrown superstar. You could be heading in that direction.
3-1 popped up foul. Back of the plate out of play, and Charlie back in the count. 3-2.
It's a great city.
I saw a replay of that play that Bobby Crosby made. That was terrific. He had to come way in on the run, take it barehanded, throw it across his body. Momentum took him on the grass toward home plate, and he made the play. Terrific work.
Hayward 3 out of 4 yesterday. He swings the 3-2 pitch. Roller toward Iwamura on the run. Gloves, throws, and he's got Hayward 2 away in the 4th.
Is there anybody that could use a very efficient 1-2-3 inning more than Charlie Morton right now? The answer is no.
And if you find him, let me know. Chipper Jones. Could go on and on all day talking about the career of Chipper Jones. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. How many postseason plate appearances has this guy had? Swing and a miss. Strike one. She was with the Braves when they won all those consecutive division titles.
14 in a row.
It's amazing. Amazing to think about when you go back on it. We're in the midst of it. You start thinking, oh, okay, the Braves are going to be good again. And there they are again in the postseason. 0-1 pitch. Jones takes high, 1-1. But the Braves fans were spoiled after they weren't very spoiled for a while. In the 1980s, the Braves were pathetic.
We used to go down to Fulton County Stadium. There's a pitch in for a strike with 4,000 to 5,000 people a night. But then it got real good.
Ted Turner bought the club. Things turned around a little bit. 1-2. Did Chipper go? He offered at it, and they'll appeal the third. And Bob Davidson says he held up. So the count will stay 2-2.
There are people that will argue the best team in baseball is the World Series winner. I will argue the other side that the best team in baseball is the team that wins the most games. The Atlanta Braves have done a lot of that sort of thing.
2-2, line to the center, right in the glove of McCutcheon. 1-2-3 go the Braves in the 4th. And that's the ticket for Charlie Morton. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. When we come back, it's the Braves 3, Pirates nothing. Bottom of the 4th, 3-0 Braves. Ryan Church, who's 1 for 1, will lead off. He'll be followed by Lastings Millage and Ronnie Cedeno. Derek Lowe deals, and that is outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. Every Sunday Pirates home game is a Giant Eagle Advantage Card Day, where the Bucks offer you 2 ways to save. You can purchase on the day of the game, and you'll save $5 off select reserve seats. Next pitch misses for ball 2. And if you purchase in advance, you can double that savings to $10 off. To purchase tickets, visit the PNC Park ticket windows or go online at pirates.com/AdvantageCard. 2-0, and the pitch to Church. Swung on rope to right down the line. That's going to go to the wall. Church around first. He's heading for second base. Hayward up with it. Guns at the second. Sliding in safely with a leadoff double is Ryan Church.
See, the Pirate hitters like that 2-0 count, too. Ryan has a second hit on his way to the cycle. Single, double, all he needs now is the triple home run.
Put it in the bank.
2-0. They like to look for the fastball when they get it. Well, there's some serious swings.
Now, Lastings Millage who had a solid single up the middle last time up will walk to the plate. Pirate left fielder looking to get something going. Pirates trying to get the goose egg off the board, trailing 3-0. 3 runs on 5 hits for Atlanta. No runs, 4 hits, and an error for the Pirates.
This is where Lastings has been at his best with runners in scoring position.
Hitting .400 in such instances. One ball, no strikes to Millage, standing tall in the right-hand batter's box. And the pitch swung on, fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chipper Jones playing even with the bag at third. Escobar deep at short. Second baseman Prado hanging close to the bag with Church there, and Hinske deep and off the line at first.
I'll tell you, in the outfield, Nate McLeod looks to me to be playing very shallow. It's almost like the outfielders are a straight line across instead of that kind of half moon configuration.
And Millage swings, fouls it back. Yeah, there's a lot of room in left center. And
yeah, a lot of room behind Nate.
Yeah, you'd think if Millage could shoot one into that gap, he could run for 3 bases.
Mm-hmm. Along with being, I think, comparatively shallow, Nate maybe 4 or 5 steps over to right center, which creates that acreage in left center.
1 ball, 2 strikes, low stretch, checks second, now comes home, and Millage takes a breaking ball outside. 2-2 to Lastings Millage. Millage, former #1 pick of the Mets, sent over to the Washington Nationals. Last year came to the Pirates. The 2-ball, 2-strike pitch from Derek Lowe. Swung on and fouled off. And Ronnie Cedeno, who's on deck, watched that ball just sail by him at close range.
Didn't react because he didn't have time to.
No, he acted like he'd been there before. He sort of stood there and watched it. You can hear the wind whistling through the seams of the baseball as it darts by you. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Church off of second base. And Lowe wants time.
All 108 stitches.
Sure there's never been a ball with 107 or 109?
Not the ones I counted. Not the one I counted.
2-2 outside, count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, Derek Lowe had a game against the Giants, his second start of the year, where he walked 7. That was the good news for the Giants. Bad news, where they only wound up getting 2 runs, and Derek won at 7-2.
3-2. Millage swings and he drives into left center field and deep. This is going to go a ways. It's way back. It's off the wall. Church around third. He'll score. Millage around second, and he will head into third, sliding safely with an RBI triple. The Buccos on the board. It's 3-1.
Well, we're talking about the setup of the Atlanta outfielders. Nate McLeod very shallow and over toward right center. You mentioned all the acreage in left center, and that's exactly what Lastings Millage found. Although he hit the ball so far, they were not going to catch it no matter where they were lined up unless they were playing on the warning track. He put a charge into it, the big part of the ballpark, and up against the bullpen fence, and really a comparatively easy 3-run.
Cedeno bunts, no play at the plate. Millage scores. Cedeno's out at first. It is 3-2, just like that. Safety squeeze. And Millage walks to the plate. Nice bunt by Cedeno.
Yep. And Millage was not breaking on the pitch, so you're right. Safety squeeze. The bunt was put down beautifully. And no problem for Lastings to come in and score. So all of a sudden, Pirates have tightened it up. 2 quick runs here in the bottom of the 4th. Nicely done. Double, triple, little squeeze action. Squeeze that run in.
That's the way to go. Jason Jaramillo with nobody on and 1 out. Switch hitter batting left-handed, takes outside. Charlie Morton out on deck. 1 ball, no strikes to Jaramillo. He walked in the 2nd inning. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Jaramillo from Racine, Wisconsin. Came over last year from the Phillies organization. 1-1. Wasn't too happy when the Phillies didn't put him on the postseason roster a couple of years ago. Or even brought him up, not even the postseason roster. And they expanded on September 1st. So he was open to new ideas. John Russell was familiar with Jason Jaramillo from his days as a minor league manager. He liked him. He ended up making the team out of spring training and staying here the majority of the season. Robinson Diaz, who's now with the Tigers system, was also a catcher here last year, splitting duties with Jaramillo when Ryan Domit went down for 70-plus games. Broken bone in his hand. 3-2 to Jason Jaramillo. Jaramillo acquitted himself well, both offensively and defensively, in his first extended action in the majors. 3-2 pitch from Derek Lowe. Swung on, and that is to Chipper Jones, and off the glove of Jones. He recovers, but doesn't make a throw, and the tying run is aboard in the bottom half of the 4th.
Very quickly they charged Chipper with an error. That ball just got out of the glove, just got back to him far enough. By the time he picked it up, had no play.
Charlie Morton will presumably be asked to move Jaramillo into scoring position. He'll square to bunt. He pokes at the ball and misses it for a strike.
He has 1 sacrifice bunt to his credit.
He's kind of lunging at that ball, Steve.
Yeah, he just does not look comfortable at all, whatever he's trying to do at the plate.
Jaramillo held on by Hinsky. Pitch is bunted into fair territory out in front of home plate. McCann trying to make a play at second. No play there. They go back to first and get Morton. So a roundabout way to get the sacrifice bunt. Morton thinks he's safe. Now he was told by first base coach Carlos Garcia that's not the case.
Yep.
But he does his job in effect, and he gets the man over to second, and this is what a lot of people are waiting to see. Bobby Cox has rumbled out of the first base dugout, and he is speaking with Tim Tashita, the crew chief and second base umpire, not happy with the call at second base. And he's starting to bob his head a little bit up and down, hands on hips. I was talking to Bob Walk about this last night, Steve. I think that with the number of ejections Bobby Cox has had, and now he's got Tim Tashita riled up, I think on his farewell tour he should get thrown out of every ballpark, because this is what fans know Bobby Cox to be like, a passionate manager. And he told you today that when they're winning, he gets fired up.
Yeah. There's not as much at stake when they're losing, so he'll pick his battles, goes out there, and he'll finally head back into the dugout. And Tim Tashita saying that they tried to buy a little extra with their time by leaving second base early.
So Aki Omori looking for his first hit. 0 for 2 tonight. And he could use one right now and tie it up. He is in a long slump. 0 for his last 31. And right now would be the perfect time for Iwamura to break out of that. Derek Lowe's stretch and the pitch. Iwamura grounds it to Chipper Jones at third. Jones throws him out. Aki's 0 for 3. Pirates strand a runner, but they get 2 back on 2 hits. There was an error, and after 4 complete, it's the Braves 3, Pirates 2. Top of the fifth inning, 3-2 Braves. And before Chipper Jones, Brian McCann comes up. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Pirates Baseball Network. Don't miss the first Sky Blast of the season when the Pirates host the Giants Saturday, June 5th. After the game, it's Sky Blast 1 featuring Collective Soul live in concert and Zambelli fireworks. McCann takes the ball outside 1-0. This PNC Park favorite will be performing all of their biggest hits, including Shine, The World I Know, and Better Now. It's Collective Soul and Zambelli fireworks. Sky Blast 1 Saturday, June 5th. It's coming up. Tickets, visit pirates.com. Always a big night. 1-0 pitch from Charlie Morton to Brian McCann. He waves at one. That was on the inside part of the plate and low, but it's a strike. 1-1. Infield over toward our right. Outfield over toward right as well. 1-1 for left-handed hitting McCann. 2 balls, 1 strike. McCann batting .256.
I just want to get on the other side of the leadoff batter. The last 2 innings, leadoff batters have homered.
Which is pulled foul up the right side. Yeah, Melky Cabrera started the second with a home run just over the railing of the Clemente wall. And then in the 3rd inning, Eric Hinsky hit his 3rd homer of the season. And did what the Pirates expected him to do when they signed him. That was hit home runs in this ballpark for a strong left-handed hitter. He did not do that. Became frustrated. But last year was last year. 2-2. And McCann again pulls it foul up the right side. Glenn Hubbard, the first base coach, he doesn't move at all, does he?
Stationed there. He's going to hold his spot there.
He's a good second baseman in his day. 2-2 pitch. Again, tapped foul. This time it'll roll in front and down the stairs of first base dugout.
Bobby Cox was talking about guys that played for him that maybe weren't superstars, but you know, every manager has favorites that aren't the headline grabbers and ball fouled away. He's talking about Mark Lemke and Jeff Blauser and guys like Glenn Hubbard. I'll tell you, Mark Lemke could turn the double play. He could turn the double play as good as anybody, I thought, during his time in the Braves.
Well, Mark does some of the pregame, postgame shows. Occasionally goes color on Braves radio, and ran into him last year in Atlanta, away from the ballpark, and it was fun. We got a lot of great stories. John Wayner and Bob Walk, Greg Brown, and myself, and Mark Lemke sitting around and talking baseball. And it was early when we finished. So,
yeah, early in the morning.
2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Here's the pitch.
And I know how those conversations go. They escalate as the hours go on.
The stories get better and better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nobody wants to tell one, and then in an hour after that, everybody's waiting for the next chance to get in and tell his next story.
Well, I mean, if anybody knows about telling stories, it's you. And, you know.
Yeah, well, I wish I had been in Atlanta for that one. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that's good stuff. For Brian McCann at the plate. 3-2 Braves with the lead. Each team with 5 hits and an error. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Charlie Morton trying to get McCann the pitch. And guess what?
Another foul in that direction. And as you might suspect at this point in the ball game, pitch count is escalating. Charlie closing in on 90 pitches, working here in the top of the 5th inning.
What's the most pitches you ever threw in a game?
Threw 136 in the World Series game.
2-2, pop foul out of play. While he continues to foul off pitches, we can just talk about that.
Yep. Last game of the World Series, 136 pitches.
That was the most in one game?
Yeah, because usually when they didn't count them then, but when you get up in that range, you're usually out of the ball game.
Now McCann wants time.
We used to say that the pitch count was determined by the hitters. They would let you know if they're belting you around, it's too high.
2-2 pitch inside, count full, 3-2.
If they were belting you around, 40, 50, 60 pitches was too many. And if you kept getting them out, it didn't matter.
Charlie got the Braves out in order in the fourth and trying to start McCann here the same fashion. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and driven to center field. That's going to get down in front of Andrew McCutcheon. He fields it on one bounce. And after all of that, Brian McCann fights off Charlie Morton for a leadoff single. Take a look and see what's happening around baseball. All interleague play. Pirates and Braves, the only teams playing a league game of any kind tonight. Two games getting long in the tooth. Cincinnati leading Cleveland in the bottom of the ninth inning. Indians hitting, but the Rams with a 6-2 advantage. Eric Hinsky at the plate, went deep last time up. And he will take a strike knee high, 0-1. Bottom of the ninth, 5-0 Boston in Philadelphia. Jimmy Rollins back on the disabled list with Philly. A right calf strain, same injury as he had early in the season that kept him out. 0-1 pitch coming to Eric Hinsky. Nobody out. Brian McCann, the runner at first. The pitch. And he went around. That's strike two.
Nice as Charlie pulled the string with a slow off-speed pitch and started the swing. Realized, oh, I'm out there a little too early. Couldn't shut it down in time. Charlie's out in front of 1-2. A lot better than the 2-0 stuff.
Yeah. See what happens here. 0-2. I'll tell you what the Cubs in Texas are doing. Short lead by McCann. Now the pitch. That's inside, right of the corner. Called strike three, and Eric Hinsky face to face with Alfonso Marquez, and finally he walks away. 1-0.
Eric not at all happy with that call, third strike, as Charlie Morton is credited with his first strikeout of the evening.
And Hinsky on the top step of the dugout turned around and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Marquez, I respectfully disagree with that call. Let's agree to disagree on that," as he walked down the steps. And Marquez rather patient with Eric Hinsky. Well, in Texas, they're in the bottom of the 10th. Cubs got 2 in the top of the 10th. They lead 5-3. And they've got McCann taking off for second base. He is out as Morton throws over to Jones. Jones to second. McCann tagged out there.
I'm not sure what Brian McCann was doing there. Maybe thought he could catch Charlie not paying attention. He did. It was like a hesitation steal. He was trying to go before Charlie looked over.
Complete guess.
Yeah, complete guess.
So Yudel Escobar with nobody on and 2 on. That probably runs the Braves out of something after the leadoff single by McCann. Hinsky strikes out. Then McCann caught stealing. 1-3-6 on the putout.
So Charlie now with a chance to have faced the minimum in a couple of innings. Not that it's a big deal, but you look for little things and you're scuffling.
1-1. Up in the air to center field. Right center. Drifting back on it is Andrew McCutcheon. Will make the catch, and he faces 3 batters. Charlie Morton does in the 5th. Halfway home at PNC Park. The score: Atlanta 3, Pirates 2. Bottom half of the fifth inning. It'll be Bobby Crosby, Andrew McCutchen, and Garrett Jones. It's the Giant Eagle home run inning. And our contestant tonight is Jim Kiefer from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. And if a Pirate hits a home run this inning, Jim will win a gift certificate to Giant Eagle. Bobby Crosby ahead of Derek Lowe. 2 balls, no strikes. 3-2. Braves lead it. Bottom of the fifth. Crosby leading off. Right-handed hitter looks out in the pitch. That's outside. 3-0. Crosby in good shape here to start this at bat. Pirates got 2 in the fourth inning. A leadoff double by Church, followed by a triple by Lastings-Millage. Strike is called just above the knees to Bobby Crosby. Crosby had 2 hits in last night's ball game.
Well, it looked like easy pickings for Lowe and the Braves early in the ball game. The Pirates get 2. Charlie Morton has settled down, and the Pirates get the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the fifth. Now they're trailing by 1.
Crosby walks. He represents the tying run, and Andrew McCutchen reached on the base hit in the third inning is 1 for 2. McCutchen trying to get a hold of one here, so good bats coming up with Jones on deck. Outfield play McCutchen straight away. McLeod not real deep in center field. He's looking in at McCann and saying, watch the bunt. He's making this is McLeod from center field. And pitch gets away from McCann, and down to second base goes Crosby.
That's got to be a pass ball. That was just a clanker off the glove.
Interesting that McLeod would signal to McCann from center field to watch the bunt, and that's what McCutchen did. He squared around. And they aren't going to score at a wild pitch, Steve.
Wild pitch?
Wild pitch.
Okay.
But I'm more inclined to agree with you.
Doesn't matter. He's at second base.
So the tying run in scoring position. 2 balls and no strikes. The next offering inside to McCutchen. McCutchen looking down at third base coach Tony Beasley. Beasley looks out at Bobby Crosby getting a lead from second base. Derek Lowe's stretch. Checks second. Kicks and comes home. Breaking ball outside. 3-0. Crosby starts Lowe starts McCutchen the same way he started Crosby. 3 balls, no strikes.
All gifts readily accepted.
McCutchen awaits the 3-0 pitch. Inside ball 4. He stepped out of the box, taking all the way. He had no intention of swinging. And back-to-back walks to start the fifth inning. And the Pirates with 2 on and nobody out. And Garrett Jones coming to the plate. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach for Atlanta, will come out and visit with the 36-year-old right-hander Derek Lowe.
Yeah, well, he's doing that. The phone has rung out in the Atlanta bullpen, so they'll get somebody up there on the hill starting to loosen up.
There's some loosening going at this point. No throwing yet, but that's inevitable.
Very efficient 1-2-3 bottom of the first inning. Slice and dice. A little chop out in front of the plate. 2 strikeouts that quickly. The Pirates are down, but now Derek Lowe is laboring, and he's closing in on his 90 pitch mark here in the fifth inning.
And a long meeting at the mound, and home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez has joined the meeting.
Well, the purchase of time can take a while sometimes.
Usually the umpire will come out and somebody will go, here he comes. And they'll break up the meeting, but no, they didn't do that. They waited for Marquez, and Marquez stood there, and it was as though he was having input on the meeting.
Now you got a situation where a guy throws the ball downstairs and has had great success, misses, and walks a couple batters. Does he elevate? And if he elevates, does that play into the hands of Garrett Jones? Stay tuned. But that could be a scenario. If he feels like he's missing downstairs too much, you have to get the ball up. Who knows?
Pitch to Jones. Strike called over the outside corner, 0-1. Jones 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice to the right side. Once to Hinsky at first base. That was in the second inning. And in the third inning, he grounded out to Martin Prado, the second baseman. Crosby at second base. McCutchen not being held on at first. He's got a good lead. Now the pitch. Jones takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Braves lead 3-2. Pirates have the tying run in scoring position. The go-ahead run is on base. And Ryan Church out on deck, who's had 2 solid hits tonight for the Bucks. Jones trying to get his first.
Right-handed action in the Braves bullpen.
That's former Pirate Jesse Chavez.
Speaking of former Pirates, Elmer DeSenz called up to the Mets, I believe. But John Mayne went on the DL. Elmer's been around a long time.
1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. Yeah, bizarre story with John Mayne. Went out through 5 pitches the other night. Jerry Manuel, manager of the Mets, went out and pulled him. And the official word from the Mets was they took him out of the game for decreasing velocity. He insisted that his arm was fine, but the next day they placed him on the disabled list. 2-1. And Jones takes inside, 3 balls and a strike. And Lowe is a pitch away from loading the bases.
Yeah, this is a veteran. You can tell when he's in charge, and he looked like he was king of the world in the first inning. But right now, got that tentative body language, trying to figure out how he can get back in the strike zone and work himself out of this mess.
3-1 fouled off. Way down the left side.
Well, critical right now that Garrett does not help him out. Of course, it's a thin line because you don't want to be rung up in this kind of situation. You don't want to take a call third strike, so you got to protect the plate. But you would take a ball 4 right now and really get Derek Lowe in a bad way.
Crosby off second, McCutcheon off first, nobody out. 3-2 pitch. Jones swings and lofts one foul down the left side of the stand.
Well, that's all right because you can't throw strikes forever. Fouled off a couple of good pitches, hanging in there.
And tomorrow the getaway day game, 1:35. Chris Medlin 1-1 for the Braves against left-hander Zach Duke. He's 3-4.
Everybody heading out of town. Braves head out. Pirates move away.
Pirates will be traveling to Cincinnati tomorrow for a 4-game set. 3-2. Jones swings and he rips it down to first. Hinske catches it, dives to first, double play. He got McCutcheon. What a play by Eric Hinske to rob the Pirates.
Oh, and Garrett Jones blistered that ball. And then it was a race to get back to first base. Hinske, not known for his speed, but he hustled over there and got the call, got the play. And all of a sudden, this whole thing is diffused. The air is out of the balloon for the time being.
Well, a chance still with the runner in scoring position. The tying run, that's Crosby and Ryan Church coming to the plate. Now quickly, 2 outs. So you go from having men on first and second and your cleanup hitter at the plate with nobody out to having just a man on second and 2 down. And your number 5 hitter, Church, who singled in the second and then doubled and scored in the 4th.
Boy, how quickly a game can turn for the time being. I mean, Derek Lowe in trouble, action in the bullpen, the Braves trying to buy time, and a ball hit right on the button, a bullet by Garrett Jones, but it goes the way of the Braves, and that quickly they get 2 outs and take the sting out of this bottom of the 5th.
Derek Lowe's first pitch is low, ball 1. Greg Brown coming up with a play-by-play right after this inning. He'll join Steve for the rest of the way tonight. 1 ball, no strikes to Ryan Church. Derek Lowe stretch and the pitch. That's low, ball 2.
And Derek's scheduled to hit third in the top of the 6th. Might be decision time for Bobby Cox at that point. How much further he wants the starter to go. Closing in on now 100 pitches.
Lowe's 2-0. On the outside corner. Fastball good for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. Derek Lowe, 6'6", 230, 36 years old.
He's 37 in about another week.
And the 2-1 to Church. Outside, 3-0. Interesting thing about Lowe is that he, along with Javier Vasquez and Brad Ausmus, are the only active major leaguers who have spent 11 or more years in the big leagues without ever going on the disabled list once. 3-1. Church looks at it, ball 4. And 2 men aboard with 2 out. 3rd walk of the inning. Lowe walked Crosby to lead things off. Then he walked McCutcheon, and then Jones lines into the double play. And now Church walks. And Lasting's Millage is 2 for 2. A very sharp single up the middle in the 2nd inning, and an RBI triple and a run scored in the 4th. So Millage hopes to keep his hot bat going against Derek Lowe. Crosby off second, Church off first. 2 down, infield playing back, outfield over to the right. And Millage pulls it down through the third base coach's box in a hop and a skip from third base coach Tony Beasley to get out of the way.
All of a sudden, as Derek Lowe was getting ready to deliver that pitch, they switched Nate McLeod to 5 or 6 steps in right center to 5 or 6 steps in left center.
He was still moving when the pitch was thrown.
Exactly right.
A big at bat in the ball game now for the Bucks. They trail by a run, 3-2. Bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. And Millage swings, fouls it back. He's behind 0-2. And now Derek Lowe is in a count where he doesn't have to be perfect on the next pitch or so. He can give Millage what he wants instead of what Millage wants. Cedeno on deck.
And so far tonight, the Millage people are happy out in left field.
Yes, they are.
Single and a triple.
0-2 pitch. He struck him out, foul tipped into the glove of McCann, and that does it for the Pirate threat in the 5th. Through 5, it's the Braves 3, Pirates 2.
Throw in at the foul pole, cheese is moving fast. Pierogi race, and guys will have a ball. You do the hokey pierogi, now everybody shout. Pierogies, what it's at the Bullpen, Saul's making a move. With spice, she's decked out in green. She's jalapeno Hannah, the lean running machine. Her green there, lucky they're coming into the final stretch, and Saul's got him. What's gonna happen?
And we go to the top of the 6th inning with the Braves now leading the Pirates 3-2. Charlie Morton has settled down. He'll face the bottom 3rd of the Atlanta batting order. His first pitch to Melky Cabrera is a ball low and outside, and we'll welcome Greg Brown in to bring you the rest of the way. We've got you close, Greg. Now it's up to you.
All right. Accept the challenge. Cabrera, the home run in the 2nd, singled to center field in the 3rd, and he fouls this ball out of play off to the left. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on tonight's left fielder for the Atlanta Braves, Melky Cabrera, followed by Nate McLeod, and then at pitcher spot, Steve, that bullpen is still active. It makes you think that Bobby Cox is done with Derek Lowe. 5 innings, threw around 100 pitches.
Came out of the gate looking very efficient, and then it kind of got away from him control-wise, but they still lead by a point.
2 balls and a strike now on Cabrera as he took one from Charlie Morton. And the wind of the 2-1 pitch. In on his hands. Oh, and a nice pickup on an in-between hop by the first baseman, Garrett Jones. He'll keep it himself. Morton went over.
Yeah, well played, because Garrett came in, just had the big body in front of it. I think he still has a play if he doesn't get the glove around it, but came up clean.
1 down in the 6th. That will bring up Nate McLeod. Well, the last time up, lined a ball to the warning track. Was caught by Ryan Church in right field. His first time up, he walked. He was aboard when Jason Hayward reached on the Cedeno error. And Jones then followed with a ground out. And McLeod scoring on that play in the second. McLeod takes ball one.
Is that Mr. Grand Slam in the on deck circle? Brooks Conrad?
Looks like it. Pitch is taken high and away. 2 balls and no strikes on Nate McLeod. Yeah, it looks like Brooks Conrad awaits on deck. He hit that game-winning granny the day before yesterday in Atlanta. The walk-off. This ball bounced foul off to the right. Two and one on Nate McLeod. Will be stepping aside shortly to allow our stations to identify themselves. Charlie Morton into the windup, and now time was called. McLeod steps out. And now the center fielder for the Braves steps in, a swing and a miss. A high fastball from Charlie Morton. Don't miss the first Sky Blast of the year. Pirates host the Giants Saturday, June the 5th. Freddie Sanchez returns to Pittsburgh. After the game at Sky Blast, one featuring Collective Soul live in concert and Zambelli fireworks. 2-2 pitch, low and in. And McLeod first kind of jackknifes away, and then his momentum carries him into the right-hand hitter's batter's box. Count 3-2. So Sky Blast 1 featuring Collective Soul live in concert and Zambelli fireworks Saturday, June the 5th. McLeod swings and misses the strikeout for Charlie Morton. For tickets, visit Pirates.com. Let's pause now. This is the Pirates Baseball Network.
Number 26, Brooks Conrad.
Oh, it is Mr. Grand Slam. Brooks Conrad hitting .250. Switch hitter will bat from the left side. In fact, his 7 hits have come from this side of the plate. He's 0 for 3 as a right-hand batter. 3 home runs, 9 RBIs for Brooks Conrad, and he takes a strike. He hit that grand slam over the left field wall at Turner Field on Thursday afternoon to cap off a wild 7-run comeback and a victory over the Reds. 0-1 count. The ball just glanced off Lance Nix's glove. The left fielder for the Reds jumping up at the wall. Brooks Conrad, a hero. He had a game-winning pinch hit 3-run homer in Washington last year. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And this is a guy that before this season, 30 years old, he has played in 36 big league games, 1,103 games in the minor leagues.
Great story. Really, it is a good story.
0-2 pitch is popped up and headed out of play off to the left. Left fielder Millage takes a look.
A lesson in perseverance and patience and not quitting. But right now the story is kind of Charlie Morton settling down after looking very shaky for the first 3, looking much better through the middle 3.
Here's the wind and the 0-2. Strike 3 called on Brooks Conrad. Back-to-back Ks for Morton. And to the bottom of the 6th, Atlanta 3, Pittsburgh 2.
Right-hander Peter Moylan comes into pitch for Atlanta in the bottom of the 6th inning. He'll face the bottom third of the Pirate batting order as Derek Lowe departs. He can win it, he cannot lose it, having gone the 5 innings you need. Giving up a couple runs on 5 hits, he walked 4 and struck out 5. Moylan has done a good job for Bobby Cox, 1-0 with a 2.25 ERA in 20 appearances. He's worked 16 innings, 15 hits. He has struck out 15 in the 6 innings, but he's also issued 10 free passes. He's on to work to Ronnie Cedeno.
And Cedeno will be followed by Jaramillo, and then the pitcher spot due up, but the Pirates have their bullpen going. And there's a pitch low and away to Ronnie Cedeno, who sacrificed a run in the 4th inning with a bunt. Was retired in a force play in the 2nd inning. 1 ball, no strikes. 3-2 Atlanta. The pitch, breaking ball away. 2-0. The Aussie faces the Venezuelan, Peter Moylan. The Australian native, 6'2", 200 pounds.
Yeah, 87 appearances out of the Atlanta bullpen last year. Franchise record.
2-0 pitch. And a strike. This is 5th season in the big leagues.
Appropriate, perhaps, that a guy from down under comes from down under.
And a tapper over the mound. Shortstop Escobar comes in and drops the ball. And again, Cedeno does the headfirst dive into first, but there was no throw. And Yunel Escobar came in and was not able to field it cleanly.
Well, Greg, it's one of those plays that is chopped over the pitcher's head, and you want it to bounce one more to create that possibility that it might be kind of an in-between hop. It did, and Escobar was not able to make the play. If it doesn't bounce that last time, then he's going to have an easier opportunity.
Steve, how ironic that you and I were talking before the game as we enjoyed watching the folks come in to the ballpark. We're talking about the conditions at Forbes Field. And then now this has nothing to do, I'm sure, with a rocky infield tonight. Throw to first base and the runners back easily, but there have been a lot of balls that have not been fielded cleanly tonight.
It's been wild on the infield. The guys can't get the ball in the glove.
Yeah. But you were telling me about how, we've talked about this before, about how unbelievable Maz was.
Well, Maz was terrific because the records he set on a very, very suspect infield.
Runner goes, and it's a tapper to the left. Chipper Jones will throw to first. It's his only play. They put the man in motion, and Jaramillo chopped it softly to third baseman Chipper Jones, who was in on the grass to field it. And now we will have a pinch hitter. Jeff Clement will bat for Morton.
Well, Greg, Forbes Field was very difficult because when we would go on road trips, they would put the tarp on the field and leave it there for the whole trip. And that's when the trips used to be 14, 15, 16 days.
Just leave it.
Just leave it like
bake.
that. And there were
infielders
that came in on other teams that would not take infield practice because of that surface. They're afraid for 2 reasons. They might get hurt or they might get the twitch and the clinch and just get a little jumpy. It was not a good surface. So
wow.
The records Maz set on that surface that got broken when all the carpets were around, even doubly impressive with the work he did on that surface.
Left-hand hitting Jeff Clement at the plate. The Pirates down a run, batting in the bottom of the 6th inning. Moylan delivers, and this is a 2-hopper to the second baseman Prado. He throws on to first. Cedeno goes to third. 2 outs. In the top of the order, and nobody in baseball needs a hit more than this guy, Aki Iwamura. He is 0 for his last 32. He has 2 hits in his last 49 at-bats.
And these outs tonight were of the very, very comfortable category.
Saw him going back into the dugout after he was retired in the 4th inning. Going down the steps and talking to hitting coach Don Long, asking him something. Trying to figure this thing out. Runner at third base, 2 outs, down a run. Good time to break out of it right now, Aki. Here's the stretch. Moylan delivers. And a ball outside. Iwamura has dribbled one in front of the plate, bounced out to second baseman Martin Prado, and grounded out to third baseman Chipper Jones. Just to finish up that Maz stuff, at least Maz had an excuse.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he used it.
Yeah.
The bad infield, right?
Well, yeah, thank you. Bill Mazeroski never made an excuse. Among the other records he set, played a lot of years in the big leagues without making an excuse. He was great that way. That ball almost gets away from McCann.
Low and in, yeah, looked like he was going back to the backstop, skipped in the dirt 2-0. So
an
opportunity to use a legitimate excuse, but he never did, right?
Exactly. Yeah, he never blamed the infield. Bill Mazeroski told me when I got called up in 1964, he said, well, you're here now. Don't make excuses. This is the big leagues. People want to know why you did, not why you didn't.
That's great.
Real simple.
Yep.
Life lesson, really.
Yep.
Just not baseball.
2-0 the count on the left-hand hitting Aki Iwamura. Here's the stretch and the pitch, and it's low and away. 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, you remember when all those cookie cutter stadiums, including Three River Stadium, came with a carpet?
Yep.
I mean, how many bad bounces do you get on the carpet?
None.
You don't. A lot of fielding records set on those surfaces.
3-0 pitch to Iwamura, and he takes low and away, and really pitches weren't all that close. That was odd. But Steve had just talked about the Moylan at times control problems. Moylan walks Iwamura.
Yeah, for 16 innings, and now 16 plus innings, 11 walks. It's too many. Now Roger McDowell out to have a conference while they get busy left-handed variety in the Atlanta bullpen.
Well, I was just looking, Steve, to figure this out. How about this? Moylan against left-hand hitters. They are 7 for 16 against him. .438 average. He's walked 7.
Well, that perhaps
that's
explains his
23
approach.
batters, 7 walks. Now 8, I should say. And so McDowell goes back.
Yeah, the on-base percentage against him by lefties.
So maybe we should not have been surprised at all that he walks Iwamura. And the batter, Bobby Crosby. Right-hand hitters batting just 190 against this Aussie. Here's the pitch to Crosby. Check swing. Nope. Home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez said he went at the breaking ball.
Big, wide, sweeping, roundhouse breaking ball.
Just in case that the Pirates had decided to go to a left-hand hitter, there's a lefty warming in the Braves bullpen, that they were thinking about pinch hitting Crosby. Strike is called, and it's 0-2. First and third. 2 outs here in the 6th inning. The Pirates are down a run. Runner third base Cedeno reached on an infield hit. Iwamura just walked. An 0-2 count on Crosby. Here's the pitch. There goes Iwamura, and it's fouled back out of play. Pirates sending Iwamura on the 0-2 pitch.
Maybe just Aki taking off, just so happy to be on the base paths.
Could be. Nothing in 2 on Bobby Crosby. Moylan has struck out 15 of the 45 right-hand hitters he's faced this season. The stretch and the 0-2. The runner not going this time, but a breaking ball away. Count is 1-2. Crosby struck out twice and walked against the starter Derek Lowe. Runners at the corners. 3-2 Atlanta leads it. Bottom of the 6th. This is the Pirates bat. Moylan delivers. There goes Iwamura, and it's fouled back up against the screen. But Iwamura went on the 0-2, did not go on the 1-2. And goes on this 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bobby Crosby trying to get that man in from third to at least tie the game. The stretch 1-2, and Iwamura does not go, and it's fouled off.
So, Craig, it's interesting watching Nate McLeod. They're switching him back and forth in center field. One pitch, he's over toward right center, 5 or 6 steps. I've seen him go back and forth several times. Just
well, depending on what the pitch is going to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess you can see his eyes are good enough to see the catcher's signs, perhaps, or getting signaled from the bench. A few steps in right center now.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Here's the stretch by Moylan.
And Nate's going to stay there.
The pitch. Swinging a foul ball. Back to the backstop.
Boy, this is staying alive by a thread, but staying alive.
Yep. Just barely getting the piece of the baseball. Bobby Crosby, who has driven in 6 runs this season. He's giving Andy LaRoche the night off. Getting the start at third base. Iwamura returned to the lineup tonight as the starting second baseman, where Crosby had been the last couple days. Here's the stretch by Moylan. And the 1-2. There goes Iwamura again, and just missing. 2-2. And Moylan had taken 5 steps off the mound and is visibly upset that they didn't get the call. And for sure, you know that the home plate umpire Marquez is hearing it from the Braves dugout. In fact, Bobby Cox is standing up, cap off, and screaming toward the home plate umpire. 2-2 the count.
I saw that pitch and I started grabbing for my pen.
2-2, 2 on, 2 outs.
Could this be a huge?
By the way, the runner at second now, a stolen base. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And a pop-up on the right side. Second baseman Prado is under it, and he makes the catch. Through 6 innings, still Atlanta 3, Pittsburgh 2.
His 19th appearance, 1-0, 2.20 ERA. Charlie Morton settled down and departs, having worked 6 innings, given up 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, 6 hits. He walked 3, struck out 3. He is on the hook. Lopez on now, face the top of the Atlanta batting order.
Martin Prado, second baseman, who began the day as the league's leading hits leader. 56 hits on the season. Tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Ronnie Cedeno robbed him of a hit in the top of the first inning. Walked in the second and was retired in the fourth on a nice bare hand play by Bobby Crosby at third, which is a strike called on Prado. Jason Hayward, 20-year-old rookie, on deck, and then Chipper Jones. In this 7th inning, 3 runs, 6 hits for Atlanta, 2 runs, 6 hits for Pittsburgh. Pirates have left 9 men on. Braves have stranded 6. Pitch is a ball, 1-1. Braves 22-20 on the year. They've won 5 in a row, 9 of their last 11. The 1-1 pitch inside, 2-1 the count. on Martin Prado. Pitch is tapped to the right side. Iwamura in. Gloves it, throws on to get Prado. 4-3, 1 out of the 7.
You might wonder who the closer is for the Atlanta Braves these days. Very familiar name from National League action for a long time. Billy Wagner apparently is back. Billy's worked 15 innings and has struck out 24. That's the Billy Wagner that we used to know down with the Houston Astros.
There's Jason Hayward now. Hayward against Morton. 1 out of 3. Infield hit in the first, reached on an error in the second, bounced out to second baseman Iwamura, his last at bat. Left-hand pitcher, left-hand batter, and Hayward takes outside, ball 1. Javier Lopez with the 1-0 pitch and a strike. Lopez's former club, the Red Sox, shut out Philadelphia tonight 5-0. So the Braves could move to within 3.5 of the first place Phillies in the East. Wasn't that long ago the Braves were in last in this division. National League East. 1-1 wave and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Hayward.
Jason Hayward probably did not see that kind of breaking ball in his brief time in the minor leagues. The big sidearm sweeping breaking ball from Javier Lopez.
The 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Ball away. And the count is 2-2 on Jason Hayward. Daisuke Matsuzaka carried a no-hitter into the 8th inning against the Phillies tonight. Got the first 2 outs in the 8th before Juan Castro delivered a bloop single. Shallow left field. Daisuke went 8. And a swing and a miss. Lopez strikes out Hayward. 2 down in the 7th. Braves leading 3-2.
Greg, we always have an interesting look across the river. It kind of looks like we're looking at downtown London right now. All of a sudden the fog is in. We've got an interesting day. Storms, some sun, more storms, and now a foggy night in Pittsburgh town.
Hour 32-minute rain delay before they started this game. Now the batter, Chipper Jones. That's right-handed against the lefty Lopez, and Jones takes ball 1. He is 1 out of 3 with an RBI in this one. Gives him 13 runs batted in on the year. He was 1 for 3 with the ribby last night. The 1-0 pitch. And he strokes this into the gap in right center. Cutting the ball off is Garrett Jones, Chipper Jones. They'll do a single with 2 outs here in the 7th. And it will bring up Brian McCann.
Chipper Jones has been around such a long time, but he's still got those quick wrists. He's got those very quick wrists and just kind of serves the ball out. It never looks like a heavy trip when he hits the ball.
So true.
Gets out there quickly, and he's still got it.
Yeah, he has said that if he has a year like last year, he won't play anymore. But others who have known him a long time say, yeah, he'll stick around a couple more years.
He's attached to this game. Those kind of guys, it's hard for them to walk away.
Brian McCann, left-hand-hitting catcher, takes ball 1 from the lefty Lopez. McCann 1 for 3.
Those are the kind of guys, just really, it's hard to get them away from the ballpark. They just want to stay at the ballpark.
Yep. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Chopper to the right side. Garrett Jones will keep it himself. He's 3 steps from the bag. He steps on first for the final out. 7th inning stretch time at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. It remains Atlanta 3, Pittsburgh 2. Bucks down a run. Bottom of the 7th inning. Over 26,000 on hand, despite the miserable conditions at the start. Enjoying this one here at PNC Park, the middle game of the 3-game series. 26,519 paid attendance, and Andrew McCutchen will lead things off against Peter Moylan here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 3 runs, 7 hits for Atlanta, 2 runs, 6 hits for Pittsburgh. Moylan delivers a strike on the outside corner to McCutchen, who tonight has struck out, reached on an infield single, and walked. Derek Lowe went 5, gave up 2 runs on 5 hits. This is Moylan's 2nd inning of work. Garrett Jones to follow, then Ryan Church. Here's the stretch by the veteran right-hander in the 0-1. McCutchen a tapper. Off the mound is Moylan, and he'll throw to first to get speedy Andrew McCutchen. 1 up and 1 down. And it will bring up now Garrett Jones. His action figurine was given away tonight to all fans. So everybody holding on to the boxes that contain the action figurines, as Bobby Cox is going to make his way out. With a couple of left-hand hitters due up, he is going to go the left-hander in the bullpen, Peter Moylan, getting the first out here in the 7th inning, and with the Braves leading 3-2. We'll be back here at PNC Park as the Bucks try to rally here in the home half of the 7th inning. Down the run on the Pirates Baseball Network.
It is left-hander Eric O'Flaherty coming on to work here, making his 21st appearance. 2-1 with a 2.04 ERA as Moylan goes an inning and a third scoreless. He's 3-2 Braves.
Eric O'Flaherty faced Garrett Jones, Faith and Bigora last night. Jones singled in the bottom of the 9th against him. He also faced Ryan Church, and Church bounced into a force play. O'Flaherty pitched the 9th. 7-0 ball game.
Where can we get Mr. Jones to hit one into the River Shannon?
Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? Hit it into the river.
Yeah, truth be known.
Can you do it, Garrett, for us? Well, they'd love it here. Again, his action figurines given away thanks to the great folks at Dick's Sporting Goods for providing all the fans with the Garrett Jones action figurine. It's also an 8-part scratch and win Saturday tonight. Swing and a miss.
Always good to hear from Dix, and have a chance to say hello to Jim Famularo every once in a while.
One of the best. Jim Famularo. 0-1 count. The stretch. The pitch. Swing and a foul straight back. O'Flaherty has given up 1 home run this season.
He's also averaging about a strikeout per inning, 16 in his 18 innings of work. Derek Lowe, the first 5, giving up a couple. Moylan clean, and now O'Flaherty.
The 0-2. Strike 3 called on Garrett Jones. 2 outs here in the 7th inning. And it brings up another left-hand batter, Ryan Church. Tomorrow, Kids Pierogi Wind-Up Racers, given away to all youngsters 14 and under, sponsored by Mrs. T's Pierogies. After the game, kids run the bases, sponsored by HK Pretzels. Don't forget the Family Fun Zone out on Federal Street before the game. It's also a Giant Eagle Advantage Card discount Sunday. Finale of this 5-game homestand tomorrow, 1:35. Ryan Church has singled, doubled, walked, scored a run. Takes ball 1. We'll be pausing for station identification after this pitch to Ryan Church. With 2 outs, nothing going here in the 7th. Bucks down a run. One swing can tie it up. Here's the stretch of the 1-0. And it's a ball away. Let's pause on the Pirates Baseball Network. It's a 2-0 count on Church, and he fouls this ball back and out of play. Two and one on the Pirates' right fielder. If he reaches, Lastings, Millage would hit. Two balls and a strike. Left-hand pitcher delivers the left-hand hitter, and there's a base hit between Escobar, the shortstop, and the third baseman, Chipper Jones. Jones off the line at third, and Escobar not able to make the play off to his right. Not much of a hole there on the left side. Church shot it through there, and he's on base for the 4th straight time.
That'll be it for Mr. O'Flaherty as the right-hander warming up will come on to work against Lastings.
But Church entered his second inning at bat 0 for 19, but tonight 3 for 3 and on base 4 times. So he is on. Go ahead run coming to the plate in the person of Lastings Millage here in the 7th inning. We'll be back at PNC Park with the Pirates trailing by 1 on the Pirates Baseball Network.
Takashi Sato coming on to work for the Braves. Bobby Cox makes one more change. Sato making his 19th appearance, 0-1, 3.63 ERA. His strikeout ratio even better than O'Flaherty, 17 innings, 22 strikeouts. Right-hander on to work against Lastings Millage.
The Braves decided not to bring back 2 very important parts of their bullpen last year. Rafael Soriano, the right-hander, and the lefty Mike Gonzalez. So they changed left-handers from Gonzalez to Billy Wagner. Wagner now the closer, and Soriano gives way to Takashi Saito, who at one time was the closer for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Last year pitched out of the Boston Red Sox bullpen. And now Lastings Millage faces him with a runner at first base and 2 outs in the 7th, and the Pirates trailing 3-2. Millage has singled to center, tripled into the gap in left center field, driving in a run, and struck out. 2 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. He has 15 RBIs on the year. Saito at the belt, and the pitch. Strike on Millage is called.
Where did Mike Gonzalez go?
Baltimore. And then got hurt early in the year. I don't think he's back. I think he's still on the DL. 0-1 the count on Lastings Millage. Here's the stretch. And Saito delivers. Cut on a miss. 0-2.
Saito will never be called for a balk for not stopping in a set position. He gets set and he just stays there for a while. Just get a balk call every once in a while when a guy would just come down and bounce instead of stopping.
0-2, the stretch. Throw to first, and just a lob toss over there. Church barely off the bag anyway, and he returns without a tag. Cincinnati has defeated Cleveland 6-4 tonight. Interleague play everywhere else but here. Pirates will begin interleague play June 11th in Detroit. 0-2 count, runner at first. Pirates down a run. Takashi Saito. The long pause at the bell. Frozen, and now time called by Millage. The Indians have now lost 5 in a row, losing to the Reds at Progressive Field in Cleveland 6-4. Johnny Cueto is 4-1 with the win. Fausto Carmona suffered the loss. He's 4-2.
I don't think Lastings Millage is liking this hesitation at the set position. He just stepped out and had that kind of movement around home plate.
Here's the stretch, the 0-2. And a line drive to right field, a foul ball by 3 feet.
Looked good early flight, just sliced well outside the chalk.
Saito's former club, the Dodgers, beat the Tigers in LA. John Eli was the winner. He is now 3-1. Jonathan Broxton, his 10th save. The Dodgers have won 12 of their last 13. The stretch. And the 0-2. Downstairs. Missed with a fastball. 1-2 the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lastings Millage with Church at first. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. The Atlanta Braves lead 3-2. Cedeno would be next. Here's the stretch by Saito. Again, the long pause and the step off. And now once he does that, he just lobs a toss over to Hinsky at first. But Church had already returned to the bag.
And then the mob turns ugly. Angry.
They don't like it.
They don't like that set position. I don't know of any hitter that likes that when you're just kind of suspended there and the pitcher just holds that set.
The stretch by Saito. The 1-2 pitch. Just missed away, and everybody seemed to flinch, including Millage. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count.
Just off the outside corner.
Again, the stretch by Takashi Saito. 3-2 Atlanta. And again, the step off, and once again, he'll toss over to first base.
Mr. Saito is making a lot of enemies here with this ball. They're very unhappy with us. Now Brian McCann wants to go out. Brian might be getting a little antsy, wondering when the ball is going to be delivered.
Arizona defeats Toronto tonight. 8-5 scoreboard from Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine. Edwin Jackson, the winner. Beat Dana Evelyn. Chad Qualls' 9th save. Edwin Encarnacion and Aaron Hill with home runs. The Diamondbacks win it. They've won now 4 in a row. Ready to go again is Saito, we think. Here's the stretch. The 2-2. And a line drive to center field. A base hit for Millage. Runners at first and second. Lastings Millage, a 3-hit night. He and Brian Church with 6 of the 8 Pirate hits tonight.
But you know, Greg, you look down at the bottom column on your scorecard, the left on base, the Pirates have had people all over the base pass. What, there's 4, 8, 9 left so far before this inning, and you just look for that big hit, that critical hit when it counts. Still looking for it. Still trailing by 1. Lastings Millage, I keep an eye on him because Hinsky well in back of him, so you get a gap shot. It could be interesting. You'd be the go-ahead run.
The pitch. Cedeno takes outside.
And again, I've been watching it all night. I guess I do remember Nate McLeod playing comparatively shallow compared to other center fielders. And people might say, well, he got burned on that ball Millage hit, but nobody's going to catch that anyway. That was the one that bounced short, hopped the bullpen fence.
Swing and a miss on the next pitch.
Very late for Ronnie. He's going to have to turn the dial up a little bit.
The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The stretch. The pitch. And Cedeno takes strike 2. He's in the hole now, 1-2. Ronnie Cedeno with runners at first and second. Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 outs. Pirates trailing by 1. I've got the Pirates 0 for 7 with men in scoring position tonight. Here's the stretch. And the shortstop Escobar dances over behind the runner now to second base, and Saito steps off.
It's like all of a sudden we've run into rush hour traffic. The traffic
Gridlock.
Everything is stopped, slowed down.
Church at second, Millage at first. 1-2 count on Cedeno. Saito, a couple of looks over to second. The pitch, swing and a miss, and the Pirates leave 2 more. On to the 8th. It remains Atlanta 3, Pittsburgh 2. Pirates leading 3-2. Javier Lopez finishes up his warm-ups, and just as we're about ready to start, Troy Gloss is announced as the pinch hitter, and as soon as that announcement is made, John Russell comes out of the dugout. He wants a right-hander to face the big right-hand slugger Troy Gloss. So it's a 3-2 Atlanta advantage, and Gloss will be facing now a right-hand pitcher coming on. That'll be Escobar and Cabrera due up here in the 8th at PNC Park. It's 3-2 Braves. We'll be back. Tell you about the new Pirates pitcher coming on the Pirates Baseball Network.
Pirates, appearance number 20, 2-1, 0.69 ERA, 0.69. One save, 26 innings, just 19 hits, and in 26 innings he has struck out 27, walked 7. Javier Lopez goes, I guess technically, an inning plus. Scoreless, that's the main thing. Gave up a hit and recorded a strikeout. So Morton the first 6, giving up 3, 2 earned. Lopez is scoreless. 7th, and now Evan Meek to work against Troy Glaus.
Glaus batting for Hinsky. Last night Glaus was 0 for 4. 6 homers, 27 RBIs for Troy Glaus, the 6'5", 240-pound now first baseman. 33 years old. Played in just 14 games last year after an emergency offseason shoulder surgery. 281 batting average so far this season for Troy Glaus as he takes ball 1.
Well, Evan Meek has just been spectacular so far with his ERA just barely below 1.
1-0 pitch. Glaus pops it way up there and back behind home plate. Out of play it goes. 1 ball, 1 strike. (5-4) final. The Cubs defeat the Texas Rangers in 10 in Arlington. Alfonso Soriano hit his 8th home run. Here's the pitch. It's a ball outside and low. 2-1. Starlin Castro, the rookie, his 2nd. Vladimir Guerrero hit his 10th for the Rangers, and Nelson Cruz hit his 9th. 2-1 the count. Pirates down a run. The pitch outside, and it's 3-1 now on the pinch hitter Troy Glaus.
So in the Central Division so far tonight, the Brewers, Houston, and St. Louis have lost. The Reds and Cubs have won.
3-1 count. The pitch from Meek, and Glaus pops it up. Shallow right. Second baseman Iwamura goes out, says he wants it, and he'll make the catch.
That's what can happen when you got a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. You can have a guy looking for it. Still tough to get to it, especially when it's upstairs. It's just tough to get the bat up there that quickly and have a perfectly flat swing, among other things. Many times you'll hit the ball very, very high. You don't quite get to it.
And Meek has had a few days off, too. He's
feeling real strong.
Not pitched since Tuesday, yeah. Yunel Escobar, the Braves shortstop, is 0 for 3. 3-2 Atlanta, 8th inning. Escobar fouls it out of play off to the right.
Good catch made by one of the faithful, and tip of the cap to the fans that hung around for the delay. It's been a rather lengthy ball game, but the Pirates still in it. Just 1 run down. A lot of folks hanging around.
0-1 pitch. Didn't miss by much. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Yunel Escobar. At the bottom of the 8th, the Pirates will have Jason Jaramillo, a pinch hitter, and the top of the order due up. 1-1. Strike called on a breaking ball. And to be quite honest with you, we're seeing a lot of shaking of heads at home plate. They are not happy with what might be an inconsistent strike zone in their minds. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Downstairs, check swing. Jaramillo asks for an appeal, gets it, but Tim Timmons, the first base umpire, extending both arms, indicating no swing in his mind. 2-2 with 1 away. Escobar at the plate. Melky Cabrera is on deck here in the 8th. Yunel Escobar swings and fouls this back. Evan Meek looks to keep this a 1-run deficit. I don't know how much you and Tim talked about our AAA travel agency minor league report, the AAA affiliate of the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Indianapolis Indians hosting the Gwinnett Braves, the Atlanta Braves top farm club. 2-2 pitch and a liner toward the gap in left center field. McCutchen is racing over there and he gets to it. He makes the catch.
Actually, we didn't. I saw it up on the board. Did I see right that Brad Lincoln won tonight?
He did. Lincoln was brilliant through 7 innings. He gave up just 1 hit, and then gave up a leadoff triple in the 8th. Hit a batter. Got a. Gave up another hit, and then they called on a pitcher. Bottom line, he gave up 3 runs in that 8th inning. And that his line: 8 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. He gets the win. He's 5-2. The pitch is high to Melky Cabrera.
One of those outings that really was better than the numbers would indicate.
Yeah, exactly. Stretched by Evan Meek, facing Melky Cabrera, who fouls it off out of play to the left. Cabrera hit his first home run of the season, leading off the 2nd inning against Charlie Morton. Single to center field in the 3rd inning. And bounced out to first baseman Garrett Jones his last time up. 1 ball, 1 strike on Melky Cabrera, batting from the left side against Meek. The 1-1. Lashed into the seats, left side, goes to 1-2. Also, Pedro Alvarez clubbed his 10th home run for AAA Indianapolis, a 2-run shot. His 38th and 39th RBIs of the season. Jose Tabata was 2 for 4, hit .327. You've heard those names before, haven't you?
Yeah, the kids
Lincoln,
are all right.
Tabata, Alvarez. And Neil Walker did not start tonight. He was a pinch hitter later in the ball game, but he's hitting well over 300. And the Pirates minor league director Kyle Stark was on hand to see it all. Here's the stretch. The 1-2, up and in. Melky Cabrera.
Well, that'll get your attention anytime, but when it's 95 miles an hour, it'll really get your attention.
After avoiding that pitch, he took about 8 steps back toward his dugout. Back in there, the 2-2 pitch is bounced left side. Backhanded by Cedeno. Long throw across, and he gets Melky Cabrera. Head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves 3, Buccos 2. Pirates down a run. Delwyn Young will bat for Jason Jaramillo against the Atlanta Braves, who lead 3-2. Taishi Saito. It's the signs from Brian McCann. Troy Gloss stays in the game to play first. Pitch is swung on and popped up. Shallow left toward the line, and it will drop in for a base hit. Delwyn Young gets up there and pops the ball up near the line and left. Cabrera not able to get to it. It's a leadoff pinch hit single in the bottom of the 8th inning for Delwyn Young. Brings up Ryan Domit to pinch hit. Domit will bat now for the pitcher Evan Meek.
Maybe it's our turn to have a little late inning business. There's been a lot of it going around the major leagues, even some tonight. Humble beginnings, but Young's on at first base. Tying run right there.
You know, Domit's not up there to bunt. They had decided to bunt. They might have called on Zach Duke, even Andy LaRoche perhaps, but Domit is up there to try and drive one perhaps out of here. Ryan Domit will bat from the left side against Saito. Here's the stretch. Saito delivers, and Domit takes a strike. A breaking ball from Saito. Domit's batting average .276, 3 homers, 16 RBIs. He has a pinch hit home run this season. That was off Trevor Hoffman in Milwaukee. And the 0-1 is low. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on the switch hitting catcher, Ryan Domit, with Delwyn Young on at first. Pirates down the run, bottom of the 8th. Saito has not allowed a home run this season. The stretch. The 1-1. Chopper left side. Chipper Jones will come in and he'll throw to first to get the out there on the play. Delwyn Young, potential tying run in scoring position, moving to second. Top of the order, and it's Aki Iwamura. Iwamura 0 for 3 plus a walk. He took a 4-pitch walk his last time up. That was against the righty Peter Moylan. His first 3 at-bats were against the starter Derek Lowe.
Activity in the Atlanta bullpen is of the lefty-lefty variety. Billy Wagner and another left-hander.
I have to assume these two faced each other many times in the Japan Central League. Both Japanese natives, both starred in Japan. Saito now for Atlanta. Iwamura now for Pittsburgh. Checks his swing. Nope. Home plate umpire indicates he offered. It is 0-1. Iwamura has faced Saito once previously in the States. He's 0 for 1. Here's the stretch. Saito a couple looks to second. Left-hand hitter Iwamura in the box, and the pitch. He takes high. 1 ball, 1 strike, a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. It is 1-1.
Boy, they sure do not expect Aki to pull the ball with Hayward way over in right center field. So they're bunching him, trying to bunch him in that direction, and they give him half a mile of room in the right field corner. Not expecting him to pull that real good fastball.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. Saito's pitch inside, 2-1 on Aki Iwamura, whose older brother Takashi was an outfielder in the minor leagues in Japan. Played for the Kanetsu Buffaloes. An older brother named Takashi. Iwamura now facing Takashi Saito with a runner at second base, and the Bucks down a run in the bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out. Saito stretches, a couple of looks to second, and the pitch to Iwamura. He takes high. It's 3-1. The on-deck batter is Bobby Crosby. Iwamura has 8 RBIs on the year. His batting average currently sits at 152. The stretch by Saito. The 3-1 to Iwamura. High, ball 4, and 2 aboard. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, it brings up Bobby Crosby.
Once again, activity on the bases for the Pirates. They just have not been able to break through that scar tissue and get the hit that would count. Those runners on the base paths. But one more opportunity.
Two lefties loosening. The only lefties they have left. Wagner and Venters. Bobby Crosby tonight has struck out twice, walked and popped to second. 2 on, 1 away. 3-2 Atlanta. Saito with the pitch to Crosby. Strike is called. A breaking ball at the knees on the corner. Johnny Venters and Billy Wagner loosening. McCutchen is on deck. Then two lefties due up. Garrett Jones and Ryan Church. 0-1 count on Bobby Crosby. Saito at the belt. The 0-1 outside. There's 1 ball and 1 strike. We'll be stepping aside here in just a moment again for a station identification break. Pirates tomorrow conclude the homestand. 1:35 against the Braves. Kids Sunday. Here's the stretch. Saito. A couple of looks to second. And now time called by Crosby, and he steps out. Let's step out ourselves right now on the Pirates Baseball Network. It is 1 ball, 1 strike on Bobby Crosby. The Pirates have 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th, they trail by 1. Takashi Saito delivers and scooped out of the dirt by Brian McCann.
Well, good save there, and an important one. This late in the ball game, that pitch gets away. Now you have the go-ahead run at second base with just 3 outs needed by the Pirates. Everything turns upside down. He made the save.
So the count now 2-1 on Bobby Crosby. Delwyn Young at second. Hockey Iwamura at first. The 2-1 pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. Hit that outer third with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bobby Crosby hitting .308 with men in scoring position. At the belt. Saito's 2-2. Strike 3 is called. 2 down here in the 8th inning. 2 on. Trailing 3-2. Andrew McCutchen will step up there. McCutchen tonight against the starter Lowe. Struck out, reached on an infield hit and walked. He bounced back to the mound his last time up. That was against Peter Moylan. And now facing Takashi Saito for the first time. Young at second, Iwamura at first.
We just hate to be rung up with a called third strike. Anytime, especially this kind of situation. There's a pitch that misses outside to Andrew.
The Bucks 0 for 9 with men in scoring position. Well, this is McCutchen's first opportunity with a man at second base. Here's the stretch and the 1-0, and it's fouled out of play. Goes to 1 ball and 1 strike on McCutchen.
Braves continually getting, sometimes you'll say they get a big out. They've been getting big outs, plural, with the Pirates in business with 1 out, but the Braves able to get outs number 2 and 3. Can't do it forever, but so far it has looked like forever tonight.
2 on, 2 out, 8th inning. McCutchen at the plate with the Braves up 3-2. Saito sets. Here's the pitch, low and away. They break down all these situations, every situation in baseball. It's such a numbers game these days. Andrew McCutchen is hitting .267 with men in scoring position. It's with men at second and or third. With 2 outs, he's hitting .077 in these situations. 1 out of 13. Here's the stretch. The 2-1. Strike called 2-2. With less than 2 outs, he's batting .412 with men in scoring position. 7 out of 17. And now it's 2-2. Deuces Wild is 2 are aboard.
Saito, not the biggest guy in the world, but 93 miles an hour with a very quick release. He's ready to pull the trigger.
McCutchen at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The stretch. Saito delivers. Swing and a miss. A pitch that was out of the zone. Low and away. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and the Pirates lead 2 more. On to the 9th at PNC Park. Braves 3, Buccos 2.
Joe Hanrahan will pitch. Ryan Doman will stay in the ballgame to catch. Joe will be appearance number 19. No wins or losses. He's worked 16 innings. He struck out 24 in his 16 innings of work. Evan Meek, a clean 1-2-3, top of the 8th, but the Pirates still down by 1. Dylan Young stays in the ballgame to play third base.
And Nate McLouth now at the plate as Hanrahan delivers low. Nate McLouth has walked, lined a ball to the warning track in right, and struck out. 0 for 3 last night with a sacrifice. The pitch. Fouled back out of play. Omar Infante is on deck to bat for Saito. Saito 1 1/3. A couple of hits. A walk, struck out 3.
Looks like we'll be seeing Billy the Kid.
Looks like it. Strike called. 1 ball, 2 strikes on McLouth. Here's the pitch from Hanrahan.
Yep.
McLouth could not hold his swing, and a pitch in the dirt. And Doman picks the ball up and tags McLouth. McLouth reluctantly turns and heads back to the dugout.
I remember the days of Billy Wagner over at Three Rivers Stadium when they would have the pitch speed up on the big board.
Yep.
Everybody's anticipating triple digits, 100 miles an hour, and we did see those readings from Billy Wagner back in the day.
Infante at the plate, batting for Saito. 3-2. Atlanta leads it in the 9th, and a strike is called on Omar Infante.
Well, it's all the difference in the world, isn't it, when Joel Hanrahan throws strikes? I mean, he is dominant.
Yep.
And we didn't see it all that often when he was closing for Washington. But we're seeing a lot of it now. And if he throws a bunch of strikes, this guy is going to be a very, very good pitcher. No doubt about it.
Infante hitting .302 with a homer and 9 RBIs. The 0-2 pitch outside.
Joel faced 2 batters Wednesday against the Brewers, struck them both out. Picking right up where he left off.
He has not allowed a run in his last 9 appearances, 9 innings, 14 strikeouts during this stretch.
Yeah. Had a rough start. That's why his ERA is higher than you would expect, because he's been so good recently.
1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Unhittable slider.
Yep. That's what we saw Wednesday. He's just got the old-fashioned power slider, which is almost as fast as his fastball, which is the old cutter.
Martin Prado, the top of the order, second baseman for Atlanta, 0 for 3 with a walk. In the bottom of the 9th inning, the Pirates will have Garrett Jones, Ryan Church, and Lastings Millage due up against, in all probability, Billy Wagner. Pitches high, ball 1 to Prado. The 1-0 pitch. This is low. 2 balls, no strikes.
And speaking of Washington closers, is it not Matt Capps again?
They picked up another save tonight. Washington beat Baltimore 7-6. Capps' 16th league leading save. This ball fouled, back it out of play. Nationals rally from a 6-3 deficit. They score 4 runs in the 6th. Home runs for Baltimore, Adam Jones and Ty Wigginton. Here's the 2-1. Didn't miss by much. Maybe a tad low. 3-1.
How many for Wigginton now?
I believe that's, well, it's 13, and I think that puts him in the, is it 1 behind Konerko, the major league leader? Yep. He and Jose Batista have 13. And ball 4. Hanrahan walks Prado. And now faces Jason Hayward. With the Pirates down a run. The Adam Jones home run was an inside the park home run. Niger Morgan went up and tried to make a leaping catch at the wall. Apparently just missed it, and he thought it cleared the fence, but it hit just off the wall and carried him toward left field. And Niger Morgan, the center fielder for the Nationals, and in disgust, this ball fouled off. He slammed his glove to the ground. So it was up to the Nationals left fielder, I believe that was Josh Willingham, to chase it into left center field. And by the time he did, Adam Jones went all the way around. It was an inside the park home run. Kind of like Lance Nix.
It's never dull with Niger, is it?
Yep. Well, Nix did miss it. Here's the pitch. Inside, Domich throw down as the runner took off, and it's a stolen base. Prado has his first stolen base of the season,
after having been thrown out his first 3 attempts. Not much Ryan Domich could do there. Just got a big jump. Throw was okay, but really had a chance.
Well, that's an important run too. An important run.
Yep. Big time jump.
Cedeno making the pick out of the dirt, but by the time he applied the tag, the runner was easily in. Here's the 1-1. Down low. 2-1. 2-1 on Hayward. Chipper Jones on deck. Jason Hayward has reached on an infield hit and an error. Bounced to second and struck out. 2-1 is fouled out of play. Billy Wagner The 38-year-old left-hander who will more than likely be coming on in the bottom of the 9th inning. Recorded his second blown save of the year this past Wednesday against the Reds, but also got the win on one of those dramatic walk-off victories. In fact, it was the Jason Hayward double at the bottom of the 9th inning. This pitch is high and pops out of Domit's mitt, but rolls just behind the batter. Left hand hitting Jason Hayward, so the runner at second, Prado, holds at second. 2 outs. Hayward at the plate, a count of 3-2, and the Braves leading by that score, 3-2.
Really sounds odd to call a 38-year-old Billy the Kid, but when you struck out 24 in 60 innings, it's okay to do that.
Well, this ball skips off the foot of Domit and caroms toward the first baseline in foul territory. About a quarter of the way up, the runner will take off for third. It's a walk to Hayward. It's first and third, and now pitching coach Joe Kerrigan comes out.
And Joe Hanrahan, so tidy and powerful and overpowering the first 2 batters, now issues back-to-back walks. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks.
And a wild pitch.
Yep. And that just really emphasized what we're talking about. When he throws it where he wants to, he's not unhittable, but he's very difficult to deal with. Then he can run into these bouts of wildness.
Now it's up to Hanrahan to get Chipper Jones. Jones, a couple of hits tonight with an RBI. He has 13 ribbies on the year. Prado at third, Hayward at first base. Hanrahan, the 4th pitcher to work. Charlie Morton went 6, gave up 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Javier Lopez, a scoreless 7th, pitches in there for a strike. Evan Meek, a 1-2-3 8th. And Hanrahan now, after striking out the first 2 batters, walks a pair. 0-1 count on Jones, who bats from the left side. The 0-1 pitch. Way inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chipper Jones. 2 home runs this season. 428 for his career. Third all time among switch hitters in Major League Baseball, behind Mickey Mantle and Eddie Murray. Here's the 1-1. Away, 2 balls and a strike on Chipper Jones.
Joe Hanrahan trying to not just throw the fastball, missed with a slider, now misses back outside. All behind 2-1.
2 balls, 1 strike, the stretch by Hanrahan. The pitch. Outside, it's 3-1.
All of a sudden, it's like a switch has been thrown after the
What
first
has
2 batters.
happened here? Chipper Jones 3 for 5 in his career with a walk and a home run against Hanrahan. Takes inside, ball 4, and they're loaded now for Brian McCann. McCann is 0 for 6 in his career against Hanrahan. 3 consecutive walks after the first 2 men struck out. McCann tonight 1 for 4. Last night was 2 for 5 at his 5th home run of the season. Left-hand hitting catcher Brian McCann. Pitch from Hanrahan. Pitch missing. Ball 1. Prado at third, Hayward at second, Jones at first, the 1-0. And a strike called at the knees, 1-1. Hanrahan got that one up to 96.
Yep. Didn't really seem to aim it, did he?
No. Rear back, fire.
Turn loose.
There's one other game going on in baseball, the 1-1 pitch, and that ball drilled but foul. To the College Cove second deck,
Brian
right side.
He was looking for the fastball, just got out in front of that slider a little bit.
San Diego leads Seattle 2-1. Matt Stairs did his first Padre home run. They're in the 6th. 1-2 pitch. Fouled back by McCann. Another fastball. Now Domit calls time. He wants to go out and talk to Hanrahan.
Yep, that was a case where Brian McCann was looking for the fastball. Well, once again, when it's 96, no guarantee that you're going to get there on time, even when you're anticipating it, looking for it.
Ready to go again now is Hanrahan. The base is loaded. 2 outs. Pirates down a run. The pitch. Swing and a miss. The ball rolls away. Domit will pick it up and fire to first. And the safe called at first. They called him safe. Garrett Jones was headed back off the field. And Tim Timmons said his foot was off the bag. The safe call at first. Domit decided to go that way rather than to the pitcher, Hanrahan, who had broken to cover the plate. And the Braves take a 4-2 lead. Do you believe it?
Unbelievable. The swing and the miss. The ball gets past Ryan, goes back and sets himself up. And they say that he lost contact with the base. And it's an argument John Russell cannot win. He's out there arguing his case.
Wow. Jones had taken that throw on the foul side of the first base bag. And John Russell out there still stating his case. The ball scooted under the glove of Ryan Domit. And it would have been close. Hanrahan had gotten to the plate, but in Domit's mind, his best shot was to first. And John Russell, in I think the second time in his Pirates managerial career, has been ejected. John Russell, the Pirates manager, has been tossed. We rarely see this from him. Crew chief Tim Cheetah actually trying to get in between Russell and Tim Timmons. Boy. Russell now is walking back toward the dugout and getting some pretty strong instructions from Tim Cheetah as he escorts him back now toward the dugout. And as he does that, John Russell still screams a few things toward the first base umpire. And now Tim Cheetah will veer off and head back to his position as the second base umpire as John Russell walks off, having been tossed. Now, what'd you think of the replay, Steve? This game is not televised, and it might have been a good call.
His foot was moving. I know that. I don't know how far he was when he started, but there was a slide toward the foul side of first base.
Just taken for a ball. Now a 4-2 lead for Atlanta. A wild pitch scoring Trout despite the strikeout. No RBI. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fly ball. Left center field. Millage, the left fielder, camps under it and makes the catch. Wow. Braves scored an insurance run on a strikeout wild pitch. And to the bottom of the ninth, it's Atlanta 4, Pittsburgh 2. 4-2 ball game.
It is Wagner coming on. And as you said, Billy, with 15 innings, 24 strikeouts.
What a bizarre top of the ninth that was.
So strange. Two quick strikeouts, impressive strikeouts. And then 3 straight walks. And then the wild pitch on the strikeout.
How about that line? 1 inning, no hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and a wild pitch for Hanrahan. Unless the Pirates rallied, Charlie Morton would drop to 1-8. Garrett Jones will lead things off here against Billy Wagner.
Charlie would take the loss, but you'd almost want to tag a loss on the Pirate offense.
Yeah.
Because of all the opportunities. Yeah. So many people left on base.
13 men left. 0 for 10 with men in scoring position. Not over yet. Billy Wagner knows that too well right here in this ballpark.
Indeed.
2001, remember? Pirates rallied from 6 runs down. They started their rally with 2 outs and nobody on. They scored 7 in the bottom of the 9th inning to beat Billy Wagner of the Houston Astros back in 2001. This pitch is taken high, ball 1 to Garrett Jones. Jones 0 for 4 tonight. He just crushed a ball in the 5th inning, lined it right to the first baseman, Hinsky. It was turned into a double play, ball low and away. Andrew McCutcheon was not able to get back to the first base bag in that 5th inning line drive shot to first. 2-0 the count. The pitch. Fly ball to center. McCutcheon can't make that. McLeod toward left center field. Nate McLeod makes the catch. Steve Pierce now will pinch hit for Ryan Church.
Billy Wagner still throwing 95, 96, 97 after his session with Tommy John surgery. His former teammate of Octavio Dotel, and they're part of that trio, included Bradledge. They're quite a trio on Houston, Texas.
Steve Pierce takes strike 1. 1 away in the bottom of the 9th, a 4-2 Atlanta lead. Here's the stretch by Billy Wagner and the pitch. Low and in. Pierce bats for Church. Pierce hitting .280. 7 hits and 25 at bats, 4 RBIs. Right-hand hitter against the lefty Billy Wagner. Pitch is a strike. Outside corner. One ball, 2 strike pitch. Checks in the dirt. Appeal. First base umpire says no. The ball rolled outside the left-hand hitter's batter's box. Count 2-2 on the right-hand hitter Steve Pierce batting for Ryan Church here in the bottom of the 9th inning with Atlanta up 4-2. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield game summary. Braves scored 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd. Pirates got their 2 runs in the 4th, and that's been it. Here's the pitch. Ball in the dirt, 3-2. The Pirates picking up those 2 runs in the 4th inning on a triple by Lastings Village, who's on deck. It scored Ryan Church, who had let off the frame with a double. And then Cedeno pushed a bunt up the right side. One is a sacrifice RBI bunt that brought home Millage. Three balls, 2 strikes on Steve Pierce. Billy Wagner delivers. Pierce takes low and in. All right. Wasn't close. Millage 0 for 2 with a strikeout in previous matchups against Billy Wagner. And Millage tonight, 3 hits in 4 at bats. 3 of the 9 Pirate hits. Ryan Church had 3 hits, on base 4 times. Stretched by Billy Wagner. The pitch to Millage. Takes low and in. Another station break coming up. Reached the midnight hour. 1 ball, no strikes to count.
Billy Wagner has given up 2 home runs.
The stretch. The pitch to Millage. And a fly ball to center. McLeod was there to make the catch, backpedaling a couple steps. Back to first. Goes Steve Pierce. 2 down in the 9th. Check out the Friday Night Pepsi Max Pack. For $20, you get a ticket, hot dog, pretzel, Pepsi. All for just $20. Let's pause on the Pirates Baseball Network. Ronnie Cedeno at the plate against Billy Wagner. Runner will take off from first. That's okay for the Braves. They pay no attention to him. It'll be defensive indifference as Cedeno swings and misses. Oh, 0-1 the count on Cedeno. Infield hit tonight in 3 official at bats, plus the sacrifice RBI. The 0-1. Checks his swing, appeal. First base umpire says no. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ronnie Cedeno. If he reaches, Delwyn Young would hit. And Cedeno has never faced Billy Wagner. Here's the stretch by the lefty. And the 1-1. Strike called. Cedeno can't believe it. He lifted his arms, and then when he walks out of the batter's box, he puts both palms in the air. What was that call? Takes a long walk outside the right-hand hitter's batter's box.
There's been a lot of unrest about the ball and strike calls tonight.
Both sides.
Both sides,
yep. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. In the dirt. Count goes to 2-2. Wagner trying to get his 5th save. Derek Lowe would go to 6-4. The Braves would improve to 23-20.
Gain a notch on the Phillies.
Yep, gain another game on the Phils. Moved to within 3.5 of them. The Pirates at the moment are 6.5 back of the Reds, who regained first place in the Central. Cardinals have dropped a half back. The Cubs 5.5 back. Brewers are 9 behind. Houston 10 off the pace. Former Astro Billy Wagner delivers the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, no. Strike 3 called on Cedeno.